you. Misty. Hi, John. Thank you guys for coming. Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday, guys. What's happening? What you guys got planned? It's Tuesday. Thank you so much for dropping in, Misty. I keep trying to stay in touch with you, but we get kind of separated, and I don't know. But I know that cordon bleu you made the other night had me. Ooh. That recipe, girl. Listen, you can cook, honey. And I want to really stay connected with you because you are an awesome person. I like your content. And, I like having you here on YT. I really do. I feel so happy to know you on YT because you're a nice person. You have a lot of the same interests as me. We got a lot of the same stuff in common. And honey, you can keep me fed good. You got the food over there, girl. I haven't had the chicken cordon bleu in years. Now you got my tongue, my taste buds sparked up again. So now you know what I got to do, right? Time for me to make it again. And it's been a long time. It has been a really long time. And you got me ready. So I'm definitely interested in that recipe because it's been a while. And I love to watch because you cook some stuff and you don't go too, expensive. You buy stuff that's reasonable and all of the stuff that I like. Goodness, if we was neighbors, honey, you would probably think I'm going to be one of your kids. Because I'd be over there, Mom, what's cooking? No, let me stop. But you know what I mean, though. It's all good and fun. It really is. And I just want to thank you for being out here on YT, sharing your life and your good recipes. I'm glad your family is doing well. You're doing good getting your yard together. Those are all the things that I like to watch and see when I come on YouTube. So thank you for being nice enough to share your wonderful recipes. And John, if you're still there, I thank you for coming too. I hope everything is good in your neck of the woods. Just here, once again, living this thing called life. Trying to get every day in the best I can, because you know how it is with life. Something's always popping. You know, everybody's doing well for a minute, and one or two people pop up and something's wrong, and you know, free time we had to, you know, do something with that person, or wish how our health is for that day. So I thank you guys. I really appreciate it, Misty. Thank you, John. Hope you guys have a wonderful, awesome Tuesday. Got a brand new week. Thanks. Hey Judy, happy Tuesday, beautiful. How you doing? Thank you so much for coming in. How's everything going? I missed you again too, huh? All right, good morning. Just having coffee and waiting on the little ones. Thank you so much. Have a great day, Judy. Thank you. Dang, I missed her again. Yikes. Sorry, Judy. Dang, you must slide in so quick because I was just here. I got a lot of people that just really only coming in to say hi. So that's why they're gone so quick. Dang, I missed you again, Judy. I'm sorry. It's right here. Hello, Share Bear. I finally caught you. I just missed my girl, Judy. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Thanks, Care Bear. So you don't have is it Share Bear? Share Bear. You don't have a channel. You're only doing a support channel. Is that what it is? Because I went over to support you, and I seen that you didn't have any content. I went over to check you out yesterday when I seen you yesterday, and I wanted to come over and give you some love. But I am sorry that we missed each other. But now you're here, if you're still here, because a lot of times I could just go, to the copying machine or something, you know what I mean? And come back and everybody has zoomed in and zoomed out. And I've missed you lovely people. I don't know how that keeps happening, no. But I thank you so much for coming. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for everything. I hope everybody's doing well. Hello, people. How's it going, everyone? Hey, hello, Lucy. How you doing? It's nice to see you, boo. Thanks for coming in, Lucy. There goes Share Bear. Oh, she'll be back. LOL. I'm going to be making a community page and then putting up you guys stuff to show support. Oh, you're not going to do a channel? You seem so wonderful. I would love to see you have some content, my dear Share Bear. Oh, I would love to see that for you. You nice people. Even with Judy too. She's very supportive, but she's got so much goodness in her to offer that it would be nice to see her and someone like you do a channel. But I understand if this not, this is not for you. You know what I mean? I get it. It's all good though. At least we get to hang out, right? I appreciate all of it. I hope everybody's doing well. Just Miss Judy. And you said she might be back, so I look forward to that. And I thank you so much too, dear Lucy, for popping in. Thank you for your support. Share Bear. It's a cute name. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. You have been awesome, and I really appreciate it. I have really been doing my best to do a little, excuse me, lives. And then I also do a little bit of cooking and a little bit of hauling. So for me to be able to have wonderful folks like you come in and hang out, that's what I'm really striving to enjoy. A good time with good friends. And I appreciate your support. Even like with Sydney Cat, me and her has really been, riding for a while now too. And I support her. It's just that I be doing a live and she'd be working, I'd be working, we'd be doing things in the background around the house. So I just let it run, you know what I mean, to support as best I can so that I have her back and she gets to where she needs to be, and I appreciate that. Just us, being friends on here more than anything, more than watch hours, more than, a whole bunch of subscribers. I'd like to have some real solid relationships here with everybody so that we can, hang out and enjoy each other and support each other, And it goes deeper than, watch hours and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Really enjoy one another. Yep, that's good though, because I've been doing it too. I don't know if you know that me and her, we've been doing it. I don't know. I think she might have let you guys know that me and her was doing something here too. And it's been going down like this. I've been supporting her for months. And what I do, she's one of the ones, you know how you can switch out too to help quite a few different people out as well. But I've been rocking with her for months now. and I help her, whatever I can. And really, with her and quite a few of you beautiful people out here, I'm enjoying the friendships. Even though I will support you if you want to get watch hours and, monetize, but I really, really feel that the friendships that we have here are absolutely priceless. So I'm here for that. You know what I mean? I am really here to love on you guys and to have a good, strong relationship so that we can count on each other, not just the YouTube stuff. You know what I mean? That's important though for the ones that are trying to build a business. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want you guys to know that I'm hanging in a little extra with the love and the friendship. Even if there was no money, I would still come and be that friend. You get what I mean? It doesn't have to be necessarily based on, because with YouTube, one hand washes the other, obviously. We can't do it without one another. But what I will say is that I definitely am here for the friendships. So I say it like this. You remember when they had just Facebook and like MySpace? There was no money to gain, but the friendships were immaculate. You get what I mean? And that's what I'm doing here. I'm forming positive friendships. And even if there was no payment, I still enjoy this. You know what I mean? Even if I was monetized or not, I still enjoy this. I promise you, you'll see me behave in the same way. The only time that I would change up anything that I'm doing is because of, work schedule and family. Other than that, I will always stay supportive with all you lovely people the way I'm doing. You get what I'm saying? I promise you. And a lot of people don't understand that because when I run these long lives, a lot of people think, well, she's trying to get monetized. Well, let me be honest with you. There's nothing wrong with getting monetized for whoever wants to make money and do business. I mean, this is a job, so yeah. But I am not here just for that, guys. I am not here. I wear my heart on my sleeve. You get what I mean? And there's things that happen here with all of us that is so immaculate that you could not put a price on it. There is a lot of things that money cannot buy. You know what I mean? So we have to be mindful of how we care about each other and how we treat each other. Yes, and I've been wanting to meet more people like you, Cher Bear, that really can see me. You get what I mean? See me deep down in my heart, because a lot of folks are really here. Some of them are here just to have a friendship with you, to establish some type of income only, but they really are not with you. You get what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. If you got some people that's honestly telling you, listen, YouTube is just a business for me. I'm not trying to get into no deep friendships or deep with anybody. That's okay. But I am. I am in love with my YouTube folks. For real. With that being said, I'm here for a whole lot more that money can't buy. And I'm going to keep on being that. Because I think that this is very important, that we love and treat each other well. It is very important. Because we have to show each other love, dedication, appreciation. You know what I mean? We have to show each other that. Here, and we love on one another. We all can do so many wonderful things to make the world go around. You know what I mean? And knock away a lot of the negative things that's out here and be the ones that show a shining light. You know what I mean? Opposed to being here and wasting time when you could do so many things that can change someone's life, make someone's day. It could be the littlest things that we may think, oh, that's not nothing, and it'll change a person's life, turn their day around. That's why I always say with the YouTube, you can make or break somebody with what you say. You know what I mean? So we have to be careful and keep the love in our heart with one another to know that, listen, I'm really here for you. In any kind of capacity you want me to be, I'm here for you. And whatever I can do to make a difference in your life, and build this friendship. And if it goes to, something that can benefit you financially, let's go. Let's go. Love people. Treat people well and live your life, because that's how I am. I really promise you that. I have been trying. You can ask Sydney a little bit about me, how I try to make sure that folks know that I'm coming here for real. Because I don't want people to think that they are hanging out with me, and the only reason why I want their friendship is to gain something. You get what I'm saying? That's not what it's about for me. I got these friendships going because I want to enjoy friends that I may never get a chance to meet in person and from around the world. I hope that is making sense, so that we all can stay with each other and enjoy this thing called life and help each other, because I don't see myself enjoying this world without you guys, without other people in the world. And I think that God put us together for a reason. Oh, I hope so. You know what I mean? Because I know that life is hard, and I know that sometimes they give you, life, you make lemonade. You know what I mean? So that means that even if it's something bitter, you make it sweet. That's how I always feel anytime someone says that cliche. Share bear, that right there gives me inspiration, and it verifies that I am moving in the right direction. Because I really feel that when life gives you lemon, you make lemonade and you make it sweet. You get what I mean? And when you do that for someone, do you know how many people that I've had? I'll give you an example. I had, because a lot of my videos are previous recorded, not because I don't do just the lives. I do like I said, a little bit of cooking, a little bit of haul. And a lot of times there's people that are going through something and they express themselves outward towards us, and we're kind of their target in a way. You get what I'm saying? So what I do is I try to turn it around. Even when somebody's kind of naughty towards me, I don't try to assume anything or try to one up or get snotty back with them. To reach out to many. Amen. Amen. Yes, give God the glory. Hallelujah. Yes, ma'am. Fellowship with each other. I definitely think God brings us together for a reason, and we do everything in all that time. Yes, ma'am. In the name of Jesus. Hallelujah. You know why? Because no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. In Jesus' name, amen. Give God the glory. Give God the glory, the thanks, and the praise. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I received that. And and like I was saying too about with the lemons, I had this was a while ago, because we're travelers here. Hey Lucy, how you doing, sweetie? Thank you, beautiful, for stopping by. Happy Tuesday to you in your life. How's it going, sweetie? How's it going? I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for being a part of the YouTube hangout spot, because I don't look at this as a channel, you guys. It's just my hangout spot. And everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome. No matter what's going on, everybody's welcome. And like I said, sometimes people don't understand. You know how it is if you're around somebody and they get rude with you, and some people are the type, they get rude back. I try not to do that. And I'm going to give you an example. I was at Walmart one day here, because I'm considered as a traveler from the States to the island. So I could be one place for 6 months in between, and then another place for 6 months. You get what I mean? And when I was in as we call it, the States, the United States, opposed to being on the island type thing, I had a cashier. I got there, and I could tell by her body language that, things weren't, what she wanted to be. She seemed to be upset and kind of rude there, because she, was waiting on the customer before me. We're at the deli. So when it was my turn, she says, yeah, what do you want? And I didn't want to laugh, because I didn't want her to feel offended, but she didn't make me upset, because that's what she wanted to do, because she was upset. So I said, well, can you give me a minute? Because I got a few things I want. If you want to wait on another customer, you can, but I need a minute. And she's like, well, you're the only one. Let's go. I I said, okay, well, can we start off with, I would like a half a pound of Land O'Lakes cheese, slice number one, please. All right, what else? I said, well, you said that, I need a minute to figure out what else I'm going to order. I have a budget here, and I got to make sure that I'm looking at the prices of what you have, and if it's affordable. You get what I mean for my budget. So I have to see how much your pastrami is going, by the pound. You get what I'm saying? But when I got in line, I knew that I was going to want some cheese, but I was trying to think and see whatever else, I could afford because I got a list here and a price, And she's like, well, all right, well, then I'll get started on the cheese then. I hope you got your mind made up by then. This is how she was talking to me. Let me read what you said. She said, no, lots of people. Yep. Some people just need to be acknowledged, and that's exactly what it is. So I just let her go ahead and let me be her sounding board, and it didn't bother me. So, when she sliced a slice of cheese and she showed it to me, and she said, is this thin enough? And I said, yes, that's fine. And she said, what did you want again? I said, a half a pound. She says, okay. Get the other stuff ready. Have in mind what you want. Now, that's not how you treat a customer, but it didn't bother me, right? So I watched her. I could tell that she was angry, and I was worried looking at her. Don't cut your hand with the movement, because she was shaving. You could tell she was upset. So then she says to me, what else do you want? I said, I would like a half a pound of the water bologna. Slice number one, same way. So she had to get the bologna out right in front of me because it was, in the container right in front of me. I said, oh, your hair looks nice. Thank you. I said, yeah, so what's going on? How you doing today? How's everything going? I'm all right, I guess. I said, well, that's all right. That sounds good. I said, I'd like to see that pretty smile. And then she smiled a little bit. And then when she got the meat, and she walked the meat over, and she started, shaving the meat down. And I said, wow. I said, you got a pretty smile. You should show that more often, honey, because you got beautiful teeth. And I meant that, though. I wasn't playing with her. I was finding what she had going on as something in her that was wrong, but she needed somebody to hug her. She needed some love. So I said to her, I said, you got a beautiful smile. I said, I remember before my teeth, because I've been through a lot of medical stuff with my teeth, so they're a little different now, you know what I mean? And, she started talking to me. Really talking. She says, well, I am upset right now, and I'm really upset. I said, are you okay? Because I want you to make sure you're okay, because you're cutting meat back there, and when you're upset, you may not be paying attention. You don't want to cut your hand. She said, thank you for looking out for me. I appreciate it, but I'm going through something right now with my husband. Then we started to talk. She said, good for you. Amen. And that's how I am too. Share Bear, to make a difference. Because sometimes when people are showing you something, we know that there is some people that get off, and I'm going to tell you a story about that after, on being naughty. You know what I mean? But that wasn't the answer. Yes, and she opened up. Yes, ma'am. She opened up, and I promise you, we had such a nice conversation. And she was saying that she got up. Her husband gets up before her. And once again, one of those things, the phone started going off. His phone was going off while he was, I don't know if he was down there making coffee or something. So she grabbed his phone because she was going to go down to take him his phone, because she didn't know if it was something from work, because she was going to go get in the shower. And when she looked at the phone, you know how when you get messages, it shows you like some, and she said it was something with some love you baby and some emojis. You already know where we're going with this. No disrespect to her. I felt awful to hear it. And I, could see that's what was tied in with her feelings. And she said, she explained that, and why she actually finished cutting the meat, everything I needed, and still continued to talk to me. And she said that she found out that her husband was having an affair, and that, it's got her all in the midst, and she's messed up in the head right now. And I told her, I said, you know what? We cannot control what other people do. I know that this is your marriage, and this is a serious, sacred thing. She says, oh no, poor girl. Yes, you know how that go. Yes, so I said, and the thing is, what I want you to understand is that you don't want to be here upset over that to the point where you end up harming yourself back here because you're not being safe with the blade. You know that, right? She said, yeah, I need to get it together. I know I do. And I said, and secondly, if you come into work, for your safety, you have to watch yourself with how you're talking to some customers, because there may be somebody they may go and tell your supervisor, and you don't want to be in a predicament that your marriage is on the line. You've injured yourself back here. A customer has reported you, because you'll make these things worse. So what you do is you put your best face forward, get your work together. Get your work together, what you need to do here at work. And, when you get your lunch break, you need to maybe take some time and mentally process what's going on and put it in a certain category, because you're at work and you don't want anything to cause you to get harmed because of your physical stuff that you have to do with these blades, being a butcher. Also, you do not want to treat customers in any kind of way, and you want to be treated well, because there's a lot of customers, that come in here, and if they go and report you, then you're going to have the problem with your husband. You're going to be feeling awful, and you're going to make a customer feel awful, and then you're going to have a supervisor trying to get at you, for your conduct. So I told her, I said, also, if you're sure about that this is going on, she said, yes, it's positive, sure that he has been in an intimate relationship. And I told her, just for you to have a peace of mind, and for a fact that he has been with this person, you have to process a whole lot of things that I can't even tell you how to feel or what to think. You know what I mean? But what I will tell you as a woman, and considering your health and your physical and your mental health, you may need to go have a doctor's appointment just to check yourself out down there as a woman. Because a lot of times a man can pass a yeast infection or something from another woman. I don't mean to be fresh, you guys, but this is the work I do. This is what I know too, as being a woman. Those are some things that you got to make sure that your physical health is okay, and then sit down and think, is he going to stop doing this? Are you going to be able to forgive him? Do we need to go to counseling? And first of all of this stuff that you need to do, bring Jesus with you, because he's the only one that can really fix it. So you got to do that right off the top. You know what I mean? Right off the top. Yes, yes, ma'am, Care Bear. And I kept saying, the reason why I got into what I was saying is because of what she was telling me. And I didn't want to not have anything to say, because anytime another woman or a person is basically crying out or feeling comfortable enough, you get what I mean, to share their life with you like that, you need to be able to add instead of subtracting. You know what I'm saying? Because I could have been, whatever. Where's your supervisor? I don't like that. Your attitude, it wasn't that. It didn't need to be that, because this woman needed some help and she didn't know how to behave. And I'm not saying that it's right. And, anybody around her, supervisor, whoever yes. And that's how it is when you meet with people like that. You're there for a reason. You're there for a reason. And I told her that there's going to be a lot of different aspects to this situation here, because, one thing about trust is that trust is not something that you just give away. Trust is something that you have to earn. And this is in all relationships with people, not even just your husband, your kids, your grandmother, your father, your coworker. You have to have some type of stability that you build trust on. But you also have to understand what level are you at when it comes to forgiving. Because see, God can forgive you in the blink of an eye. But we are all living in a human form. You get what I mean? So with that being said, we basically have a different kind of way that we're going to react to something opposed to God. But if he listens, if we listen to him, instruct us on how to behave in certain situations like this, then we'll be able to address it a lot better than us just acting in the flesh. Because see, this requires to have a relationship with God. People don't realize the relationship with God is not a physical, it's a spiritual. The body is a whole nother story. We have to be intact with him in that way. And that's the reason why I keep telling folks to feed your soul, feed your spirit. Sometimes we're not worried about, how big our breast is, our butt, these men, how my muscles look. What is your inner man, your inner woman? Where's the strength there? Because I guarantee you that's going to get you a lot further than the physical part. But when you got situations like this, don't take it all the way down like that. If you can't, if you can control it, because you're so, when something like this hits you suddenly, your mind goes crazy. Even if it's just, you went to the doctors today and they said that your blood pressure is a little high. So you got, they're telling you to take, about another couple of weeks, a month, change your eating habits, de-stress, and come back again. And then you go back again and your blood pressure is still high. And they're telling you now, I want you to get onto medication. Your doctor's telling you this. So you have to be ready to receive what you got to receive. But if you do it in a stance of being really negative, it makes your fight more of a burden. But if you give it to God and you're really saying, listen, I know that this is something that I'm going through right now. And if this is something that has to happen, I have to have God help me work it out. I'm going to do what my doctors say. And they also said that this is, reversible. But if you stay stressed out, and it may not be a permanent thing, but you're under a lot of stress right now and you may not realize it. Your body's under attack. So that may show high blood pressure, and this may not be a permanent, like a diagnosis that you're going to have to take these pills for the rest of your life. But if you don't go in with God in anything that you do, I don't care if it's going to the bathroom, washing your hair, have God around you always, and look at yourself from a spiritual being and not necessarily what you look like physically, because the physical is going to give us something that can cause a lot of issues with us. You get what I mean? But the spirit, when you get your spirit intact, your spirit can help you control the flesh. But you have to know that the two are different. But if you don't do that, it's not going to work for you. And that's why I was telling this lady here, you have to understand that you got a lot of stuff to process. Now you're around here cutting meat. You know what I mean? You don't want to think, oh, I got his head on the chopping block, because you're going to end up hurting yourself. And that's a negative way to look at things, because of the fact that you don't want to turn yourself into an evil, angry person just because of what he's done. And then after you start getting some clarity and he starts explaining to you what happened, why, there may be a situation where you guys you're going to forgive him. You guys are going to stay together. You're going to go to counseling. Or if this is the end game, because I'm talking to you for the first time, so this could be a situation that may have been something that occurred quite a few times, and this is your last time dealing with it. But you can't do nothing without God. And most of all, for any of us, any battle that we have in life, if we don't have God with us and we don't have the positivity in us, we're not going to make it. We're not going to, I don't care what it is. You understand what I mean? No matter what it is. If you don't have God in front of you and walking with him, you're not going to make it. If you go in with a negative, that's bringing the devil and then some of your own personal stuff in that situation that's going to always make it look bleak, dim, and sad, cold, and empty. You know what I mean? Because those are the negative part. The devil works on the flesh a lot more than he does anything else. And the devil is always more so there for you when things are going bad than when things are going good. He can be a false prophet too, because he can give you something to make you think it's coming from God and ruin your whole life. People get pushed to this edge so bad sometimes that they block God out, they block out their blessings, and a lot of people have unlifed themselves. But you have to know where you're at in your marriage and what you want to do with it. Is this the end game for you because it didn't happen before? Or did this man do several things like this that's going to keep continuing on? He's not going to stop every time you turn around. I mean, it's up to you. But right now, you have to give yourself respect, love, and a big hug. You are the one that's going through a crisis. He's probably got something going on, that either is he deliberately is cheating, or he's got something going on with him, midlife crisis. I mean, there could be a million things that is happening to him that causes him to do what he do. But right now, we want to talk about you, Yeah, you got to, and mind you, this woman, we're lucky, and it was, for her, we it was pretty good too, because nobody else came up to order anything, so that allowed us to talk even longer. Hello, yeah, sweetheart, how you doing, baby? Issa, Joey's World, how's it going? Thank you so much for coming, beautiful. I appreciate you, and I knew we were going to run up on each other. It's just my schedule, you know what I mean? But yeah, I am so glad to see you, beautiful. Thank you so much for stopping in. Much love to you and Joey. Thanks, hon. Yes, and that is God working. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Care Bear. That's exactly what I mean. Because I noticed that nobody else came. It was just me at the deli. And I was able to really just talk with her. And we continued on that conversation. And I promise you, and I'm not bragging either, but when I left, she was smiling so hard. I mean, really. But I took time, even though I needed to go and handle my business. It wasn't more important for me to do what I needed to do. It was more important for me to be there with her. And it also helped me by talking with her. Yes, ma'am. You're going to be all right, Miss Lady. You know, I had been keeping you in because I know you said you had been under the weather, Miss Lisa. So I've been praying for you, and you're going to do good because I have another one of my YouTubers that's dealing with a very bad sinus infection right now. So, you know, we give it to God and we rise up. We give it to God and we rise up. Yes, it does. It feels good because you're helping yourself out as well, too. Because all of these things play a role in us helping ourselves as well. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And see, this is the whole thing. People, you know, with us in this world, we have to realize that this is not the promised land. God had a paradise right here on earth for us, and it just didn't work out that way. But you know what? We're going to have a chance to get it right. Yes, it brings us closer to, yes. Because you know that everybody's a minister in their own way. Everybody's a minister in their own way. And that's the reason why I keep trying to explain to people how important YT is. Because you're here meeting brothers and sisters from around the whole entire world. I got a new brother right now that lives in Hong Kong. I got a new sister that lives in Paris, man. She showed me a nice spaghetti recipe, y'all. Come on now. Very important for us never to take anything for granted and don't think it's over when it's not. She says, think nice about Nightbot. Oh, yeah, I like the Nightbot. It helps me. It's my little friend. You know what it is. So cute. Nightbot keeps us in line over here. Really, it's a nice little friend that pops by and holler at us. You know how that is. But yeah, I just want, to spread the kindness and the love out here. You know? The kindness and the love. We all deserve that big hug. And I think that a lot of people don't understand that when you have some type of negative behavior or anything negatively verbal, sometimes it's not, people don't need to be yelled back at, talked to a certain way. And I always say too, when it comes to our children too, like people that do have kids, everything they do does not require a spanking. I don't do the spanking, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, but everything doesn't require spanking. Everything doesn't always have to have a punishment or a timeout. Sometimes it is what it is, Yeah, he ain't, that's right. That's right. Share Bear, he's not gonna put no more on you than you can bear. No more on you than you can bear. And that's the truth. That's why I keep telling folks that we really have to pay attention and think about what we're thinking. Because I know with kids, every little thing that they do, they don't have to get in trouble for it. You know what I mean? Like you can say with your kids, I keep telling, Mark, Helen, when you come home from school, put your shoes up. Okay, there's going to be some times that they come home excited, they kick off their shoes and they go run and play. And that's going to be okay sometimes. And then there's going to be some times, listen, you're getting a little bit older. And if we all came in the door and threw our shoes on the floor, that's going to be a pile up and it's going to look inappropriate in the interest way of the house. So let's all start doing this. But you don't have to get in trouble every time you do something, Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate it. I promise you. And I'm going to tell you what I do. And I'm not bragging or anything or trying to preach to anybody or judge or anything like that. But what I do is if I see someone that, if there's a situation like you said, how do you turn the other cheek? When I see a situation going on and I know that I'm bringing God with me and I'm trying to fix the situation, and if the person is not, or the situation is not going in the favor of, getting it fixed, turning the other cheek could just simply be leave it alone. May not need to say or do anything. Leave it alone. Just like I have, got some people that have a little clique at work and, 1 minute they speak and the next minute they don't. Well, what do I do? Turning the other cheek for me when it comes to that. I always speak and wish everybody well when I come in, but I don't feel any way if they don't speak back. Turn the other cheek quietly, nicely, and nobody don't even have to be offended by it. Little things like that is how I do. I got neighbors and stuff and folks that act some kind of way and politely. Just like I had some man, no disrespect, but some man was out here and he had started where he was, he had threw his coat across my fence and he was leaning up on my fence and, because I got, surveillance system, and I looked and I seen that he was still out there. So, for safety purposes for us here and also for him, I went out and I said, sir, are you okay? You need any help? Need some water? Are you all right? You understand, but I didn't get up in his face because this is a stranger. You get what I mean? And I was able to, talk to him through my surveillance system, but I was also able to come out on my porch and keep a good distance. And what happened was he was an older gentleman and he had been walking and he got a bit winded. So he had to put his coat down, which was, on my, over my fence. And then he also had, he had a cane. So that was something that, he said, no, I just need a few minutes to get it together. And I said, okay, well, have a great day, sir. And that was it. Now, anybody else, get off of my property. Come on. Let's do better than that, people. Let's do better than that. He says, for me, Yeah, see, and that's what I mean when she asked me what do I do far as when she said turn the other cheek. When I said you bring Jesus with you, automatically that's already in prayer. And it goes without saying. You get what I mean? See, that's the whole thing how I do. When any of this stuff that I'm dealing with, I always have God involved with me because he helps me decide on how to behave. And like I said, when I said, if I got some people that they're not speaking today, well, I got God with me and he's hugging me and loving me up. So, this, I'm not missing nothing. You know what I mean? But it's always with prayer. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, people feel like with prayer that you got to go all the way down all the time, and you don't. And I do like to get on my knees and pray and spend some time, but sometimes it don't have to be all of that. Praise the Lord, Jesus, Jesus, Mary, Lord, Jesus, God, help me. Sometimes you don't have to do all of that. When you are walking and working on your salvation, you know what you need to say and do. What's going on with people? Yes. Bring Jesus. That's why I said when she asked me how do I handle it, how do I turn the other cheek? Those ways that I explain that's because God is with me and that's what he told me to do. He said, listen, you still can speak to everybody. Even if they don't speak to you, you don't have to one up on them and say, if they don't speak, then I ain't speaking to them either. No, I say it and I mean it. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? Have a blessed day. Even if one person don't say nothing back, I still smile so hard you can see my cavities because he is with me. You see what I mean? He is with me. I always have him check me, help me. And when I'm thinking, that's my prayer right there. I'm praying mentally. I'm praying of what to do. And after God starts dealing with you a lot, you go ahead naturally. You don't even have to have him tell you stuff because he's trained it in you already. You get what I'm saying? He's trained you already what to do and what to say right off the bat. So there will be no confusion at all on what to do, because once you start walking with him, you automatically learn what these steps are. You got him in you, so the prayer is already said before you pray it. You get what I mean? And I promise you, honey, I have to have him every minute, every second of the day, because you know why? The devil's busy. I am human, and I work in the flesh. A lot of the times, I ain't gonna lie, no matter how much I love God, sometimes the devil gets me to acting a little silly. You know, once in a while, I accidentally may say damn or something. Excuse my language, y'all. Y'all know we're being honest, because I don't consider myself as saved. I am working on my salvation, but I got a long way to go. So for me to pretend that I'm more than what I am, that's not gonna cut it. I'm a work in progress right now. So for me to say that I'm this and I'm that, nope. And for me to feel like I'm further along in my travels than the next person, is not that I'm higher up than them. It's just that they're learning about God and they're on a different journey. They are at the point where they're just beginning what they need to do. And I may have made it a little further than them, but you know what? You don't knock anybody. You pick them up and bring them to where you at. She says that right. Okay. Hey, Dirk, how you doing? Morning. Good morning to you. It's morning time, because a lot of people are in different time zones. Good morning. Yes. A hot mess, sister. Yes, I am. Amen to that. I hope you're doing well, Dirk. Thank you so much for stopping in. Blessing to you. Happy new day. Happy Tuesday. There's a lot of people say Taco Tuesday. What's happening, sir? Thank you. Thank you for coming in. But yeah, and I know that. That's why I don't claim my victory prematurely, because I know that this is not fully processed yet. I know that I got a lot more stuff to do than I've done. You know what I mean? And it never ends. So I won't get on here and pretend to be, like I'm holier than thou and that I am perfect and that I don't make no mistakes. But I will tell you one thing: I'm a believer. I don't force religion on anybody. I will shout it from the rooftop. I don't go by Baptist, Pentecostal, none of that. I don't go by Jehovah's Witness. I just say a Christian. I'm trying to become a Christian. You know what I mean? He says, happy to see you. It's nice to see you too, Dirk. Welcome in, brother. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. We're just talking about, I don't know, what your religion status is, so I don't want to, pound nothing on you, but hey, we're here loving him. We're loving him. We're loving the Lord. You're a bully. You got that right. You got that right, Lisa. Joey's World. You got that right. Because let me tell you, that's why I don't pretend. And I got so many people that want to out-Christian you, and they don't know that there's not a such thing to be able to out-Christian anyone. Because what you have is you have the salvation that you have to work on, and can't nobody tell you where you are in your salvation. Only God can tell you where you are. Can't nobody judge you. No one. No human, not even your pastor from your church, whether you go to a rabbi, or if you got a prayer group that you work with, nobody can tell you where you are in your spiritual walk with God. It's impossible. It's not, and the reason why it's impossible is because only God's supposed to be able to do that. Only God. And that's why I don't get too caught up in the pastor without knowing what I should know. Because sometimes if you go to a church and you don't understand God yourself, you can get brainwashed and be in the wrong place. Because every place with the pew and the pulpit is not necessarily a church. And the anointing is not necessarily there, and God is not there. Just like somebody was talking to me about this situation, about these people was at this church and they was bringing beer and stuff in there, and I said no, That wasn't a church. Hello, good morning. Shantireman, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Happy Tuesday. And I explained to her, it doesn't matter how much you got up there. I don't care if you got the pulpit, you got the choir, you got all of this congregation in here. I tell you, if God is not in here, you hear me? You're not in the church. You get where I'm coming from? This is not a church. That's the whole thing. You can call any building whatever you want to call it. But that does not make it a church. You feel me? That doesn't make it a church. You can dress up a building any kind of fancy way you want, but that does not make it a church. Some places are supposed to be, and it's not even anointed, and God is not even in there. The heart, yes. And I'm going to tell you this too. I'm going to tell you this too, and this is for real. I remember not just too long ago, I ran into a lady from a totally different world than me, and we were in a grocery store, and do you know that me and her, and it was just before Thanksgiving, and it was busy in that store, and do you know that me and her had church service right there? We had to keep moving out of the way because people was coming through, but we had church right in that moment. You hear me? Right in that moment. It was anointed for us to talk and laugh amongst each other, and we did that. See where I'm coming from? So with that being said, church is everywhere. It doesn't have to be a building full of people that's saying that they're saved, the choir, the deacon, the pastor, the first lady. All of those places are not necessarily churches. Even if you look at a lot of this stuff on TV, these big mega places, that doesn't mean it. Just because you call it a church, that doesn't mean that it's a church. You get what I'm saying? Also, I feel that we need to stop, representing Jesus as if he's still hung on the cross, because he's not. You get what I'm saying? I don't go to church to get a religion. I go to serve as a fellowship. You understand what I'm saying? I go to serve as a fellowship. That way I am able to work with my brothers and sisters that we serve together. But remember, even if it's just 1, 2 touch and agree, you can do it. You can have your own personal relationship. I remember when I used to come home from work, and I had a family. And before I even let any family know that I was home, I would go somewhere quietly and get my Bible and read and take that time. Take that time before I even address my family. No one comes before God. You understand where I'm coming from? No one comes before God. No newborn baby, no sick mother, no husband. No one comes before God. If you got that baby over there, as long as that baby got a pamper change, that baby is fed, been burped, been rocked, and they want to act up a little extra, and you know God's calling you to come and sit and spend some time, you better hurry. You better hurry. You hear me? You better hurry. Because that's more important than anything. For me, anyway. I'm not telling other people what to do. So when I talk like this, guys, please don't think that I'm preaching to you guys, trying to tell anybody what to do, trying to give any advice, or trying to act like I know it all. I'm just talking about things that I have been learning as I'm walking. But and my thing is too, I'm going to tell you something too. I'm going to be honest with you. I had a day here just recently. I left out, prayed up. You know how we say it. Okay, left out, prayed up, and I had someone that was driving by me, like they kept coming in and out of traffic, and I got bothered by it. And I didn't say anything to them, but I was saying to my family in the car, look at these people, they don't, and that's not even the right way. Don't get flustered is what I'm not supposed to do, but I did do it, and what does that mean? That doesn't make me less lovable, that God is mad at me. It's just, do it another way. These things like this is going to get under your skin, but you handle it right, because people will get out and flip the bird. I had 2 situations in Walmart, actually 3 lately. I had one woman, she was older than me, and she came over in the aisle where I was at. I was already there. I had my carriage right in front of me, and I was looking at some hair dye. And when I was there, before she came, when I was, there, so many people came in the aisle, so I took my carriage and put the aisle to the side, where there's nobody going at. And the lady came and she said, she was coming near my carriage, and I said, well, let me move it over for you. Well, it shouldn't have been there anyway. But where I had the carriage, it was perfectly fine. And she just kept talking, standing there talking. I ignored her. I kept reading the hair dye at the bottom. All of a sudden, she goes back. She leaves and comes right back around again. Two of the employees that were stocking in Walmart said, "Would you like me to call security?" And I said, "No, I'll be all right." Came back a third time. Yelling. I'm talking about yelling loud. Very disrespectful and rude. And I said to her nicely, I said, "Listen, ma'am, you don't have to do all of that. I moved the carriage, but I didn't have the carriage in the wrong place. And you know what? You can have the whole aisle." And I left. But I just felt that, listen, maybe you can say something, she can see what she's doing. But she was going crazy. You get what I mean? Unnecessarily. Yes, it is. And I'm telling you, sometimes you got to let them know. Sometimes you got to let them know. And I keep trying to explain to people. I've had people that have drove wild and crazy and rushing past me, trying to get up ahead of me and all of that. And I seen where they pulled up at. And I'm able to show you on the dash cam. Look what you did, though. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I just want to let you know that you almost collided with my car. You almost ran me off the road, and everything is videotaped on the dash cam. So if you want to be disrespectful and rude, that's all I got to do is call 911 and we'll see what the officer says. You get what I'm trying to tell you? You know when to say something. Because see, some of them people, when you give them the thumbs down or you go up and say something to them, might pull a gun out on you, get mad, want to fight you. So you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. Because I know these days with people, sometimes you may feel it to set them straight, and sometimes you be like, "You know what, honey, I'm all right. My family in the car, all right. I ain't even finna fool with that. I ain't even finna fool with that. We all pull up at the same place. Don't even park near them. Park your car somewhere. I don't care if you got to walk. Good ways to get to the store, because then people may come back out and do something to your car. Just because you said something to them because they were in the wrong. Because see, these days, folks ain't what it used to be. Folks go off on you. I had a lady, we were in line with, me and the family member were in line in the store, and there was a lady that had a very, very out of control child, and I didn't judge, because that child could have been handicapped, spoiled, hungry, whatever. But the only thing I said, because the child it was a lot, but I don't know the situation to judge it. But I just said to the family member, "I remember when you was that little," and the lady heard me, and do you know that she came over to try to point in my face and tell me that you don't need to give any unsolicited parenting advice. First of all, do you even know if I'm a parent? And secondly, I didn't say anything negative. The only thing I said, "I remember when you were that little." That's it. And she flipped out. She flipped out. She says, "Yes, pick and choose your battles." Yeah, you have to, because if you don't, you're going to end up getting yourself in trouble, because people will hurt you. I'm telling you, I don't care if somebody, they short or they small, and you trying to size them up and blah, blah. That has nothing to do with it. You go here to somebody trying to say something, they end up throwing something and hitting you in your face, cutting you or pulling out a pow-pow on you. You don't know. That's why it's best if you're all right, or if it's something that really offends you, call legal for some legal help. Because with this woman, the way she got in Walmart, I was going to have security come and deal with it. The cashiers, all of us that was in line was seeing that what she was doing was totally inappropriate. The only thing I seen was she came up, I was first, then I had a family member behind me, and then it was this lady. And the child was yelling, the child was smacking the mother in the face and everything. And this child was every bit of 2 or 3 years old. And the child was making up so much noise that everybody kind of looked over. And I know I did. And I looked over and I said to my family member, because my family member was the one that was in front of her. And I said, "Oh, I remember when you were that little." That's all I said. This person came over from behind the family member, from behind her carriage, left her small child unattended to come over like she wanted to point in my face and tell me she doesn't need unsolicited parenting advice. And that's not even what I did. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? But I handled it properly, because when she came, I just moved over a little bit. Now I could have been more proactive with it, because she had no business pointing in my face. But that wasn't what it was about. She's going through something, whatever that is. I'm not going to let her disturb my groove. And then there may have been a time I would have told you, don't dare point your finger in my face. Security. You know what I'm trying to tell you. That you know, especially when you listen to God, He'll walk you through. Yes, people are in this. Yes, it is. And I can tell the way she was parenting. she was in a heap of trouble right there anyway, but that's not what I was talking about. It's just that they came in the line, the child was opening up all kinds of stuff, yelling, and she kept looking at the child. No, you can't have that. And he smacked her. Look at me, mommy. Look at me. This is what the child said. And what I learned most of all about that child, he was a product of an environment, because what child do you know? Look at me. Look at me. You know how we tell the kids, anybody grown, whether you're a parent or not, even your pets, you may say, what are you doing, Mindy? Look at me. Look at me. What's going on? You know how, and then you got the parents. Look at me. What are you doing? I know you're not being all truthful. Look at me. This is what the child was saying to her, sitting in the carriage. He wasn't strapped in, and he was fresh, and he kept telling her he wanted this, and she just proceeded to open up all kinds of stuff, and it still wasn't enough for him. But the only thing I said to the family member, I said, I remember when you was that little. And this woman came from her part of the line all the way to me, because I was the next to get ready to be rung up. And there was people behind her. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I could have handled that a whole bunch of different negative ways, or the way I did. You get what I'm saying? It's serious business. That child was running the show. Yeah, it was wrong. It was, honey, listen, she getting that from little boo-boo, and he's like 3 years old, and you should have seen the way he did her. I promise you guys, if I could physically show you what I'm talking about, the way he did her and the way she smacked him in his face, I don't care what nobody say. That's how she treats him. That's how she treats him, and that's why he was doing it back to her, even though it's all wrong. Yes. Yeah, cray. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You see what I mean? And I had to, because I could tell that for her to be a grown woman, even if you're a Christian, if you're all the way processed, you don't let kids behave like that. You don't let kids smack you in the face without talking to them and explaining. But I knew that it wasn't his fault, because I promise you, either he was a little person or he was really a 3. I give him anywhere from 2 to 3 years old. He was very, very intelligent. And he said, Mommy, I want to open those chips. And she said, but you already got those. I want them now. And she kept saying to him, because she was right in front of him, she kept saying, no, you're eating something now. I said, now. Look at me, Mommy. Look at me. And when she didn't look at him, he took his hand and pushed her chin up. And then she moved her head back, and when she leaned back into him, he smacked her in her face like 2 times. And I can tell by him being that young, for him to know that, because I remember when I was younger, when my mother said, are you telling me the truth? Look at me. Look at me. Come on now, Rruk. Are you telling? You know what I'm saying? And I realized he was doing that because that's where he learned that from her. And I promise you, one thing that she don't know is that that's not how God tells us to raise kids. And I promise you, it's going to get worse. Little man, it might get even taller than you, stronger than you, and you're going to have a problem on your hands, because if you think other children are going to put up with that, or teachers or whatever people that he's around, it's going to be something bad. It's not going to turn out good, because if he has that attitude and he approaches any and everybody like that, it's likely he's going to run up on somebody that's worse than him, and it's going to be some pain. You get me? It's going to be something going on there. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. There's no way around anything like that. You really have to be on top of that thing there. Because if you don't, that child is going to grow up with that conduct and being okay with it. And that's a definite promise, because what he is a product of his environment. And if you would have seen him, and if you weren't looking at him, but you can tell by his voice he was little. But if you weren't looking at him, you would have felt you were dealing with an adult, because of the way that he talked to her. And I mean, he knew that routine of how to control her, how to manipulate her, and that he was in control, and that he ran the show. You understand what I'm saying? And I felt sorry for him, because I would rather him saying, Mommy, please. And if she said no, cry a little bit and whimper, opposed to smacking her in the face and pushing her in the chin like that. You know what I mean? He pushed her chin up, and then he smacked her. And I've had times when I was younger. Look at me. Rruk, look at me. And when I didn't look, I had a family member, different grown-ups in my life, that would lift up my chin, not shoving me, but lift up my chin and said, look at me. You're not telling the truth. Look at me. I know. And it'd be that. But this boy, he jerked her chin up. And I could tell that's because it's been jerked on him. You get what I'm saying? I could tell he copied exactly the protocol of how he's being raised and disciplined. But she came over, instead of her taking the time to discipline her child, she came over and let me have it. That, honey, let me tell you something. That trying to do that with the parents, honey, that was, you know what? First of all, it was unheard of. And the reason why it was unheard of too, Share Bear, because let me tell you, we weren't raised in any kind of way that we would want to disrespect our parents because they showed us kindness and love. But if we tried to get a little slick, oh no, honey, they shuts it down. And when I mean shut it down, I'm not saying somebody have to get knocked out, spanked, whooped. That's not what I'm saying. They had that control because I remember when I was younger, my mother would look at me, honey, oh, I already knew. Hello? And don't let her say, let me call your dad. What? Or wait till dad gets home. What? Because you know we're going to act up some because we're kids, but for the most part, we're trained with respect and love. So we behave a little bit better than a lot of these kids. But I promise you, they didn't play that. You know what I mean? They did not. Hello? Don't even try it. Hey, Ann, how you doing, beautiful? Thank you so much for coming. They did not play that. You hear me? There was no scene. We only slid around and did a little something. You know how we do. Like if your mother said, like if my mother or father said, Rruk, then I would say, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. But sometimes I'd be like, what? You know what? Y'all know the slips. Y'all know. Come on. We ain't got to act perfect, even though we had them parents. Come on. Honey, you say, what? Oh, what? See, and all that, Mike won't eat this, and Betty won't eat that, honey, listen. Dinner's served. You know, when you get out and buy the food yourself, you can keep carrots off your plate. But in here, this is all I could afford from the market or from the garden, and this is what we having for dinner. And you're gonna eat it, and you're gonna like it. There's no choice here. We're not playing no games, you know. He says, great. And you, I am doing amazing. And thank you so much for coming. Blessings to you, my darling. I appreciate you stepping in. I hope things are going good with them chickens over there. But yeah, that's the thing that I'm saying. There was nothing. There was nothing around at all that needed to be tweaked or dealt with in any kind of way at all. Everything was on the table because you needed to be brought up in that way to have more morals, values, and respect. People don't understand that when it comes to that type of stuff, having respect for your parents and stuff, it's a given. Send you to bed hungry, honey. Listen, you got that right, and they'll have your butt sitting into that table, and then you want to keep sitting there like you don't want to eat it. Well, go to bed then. You didn't even try. Mama could have put a little sour cream, sprinkled a little something on there to make it taste a little something, but you're going to eat, or you're missing a meal. I mean, it is what it is, and I've been a little bit more lenient, but I think to stay on that beaten path is the best. She says, well, Amen, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the stuff that people don't understand, that are the situations that we all have to pay attention to. This is what we have to do. This is the stuff that we have to do because of the fact that we are not here to raise criminals. Bad behavior people. We're not putting negativity out here in the world, you know? We're told to eat. That's all we got. Don't complain. Later, then you'll be hungry, and that's what it is. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Yep, until you eating the food. And I'm gonna be honest. Now, I've been a little bit more lenient. I'm gonna be honest. I changed up some of the rules just a little bit, only because it's different stuff that with different kids. Some of the kids are disabled. You know, some of them are having developmental delays, so you got to know how to work it with different children and different stuff. And sometimes when you have that kid that you know for a fact this is my child and this is what they have, and I realize, Rruk doesn't like carrots, so I'm gonna always figure out something to help her out, or it's gonna be the carrots or nothing. But for me, I'm a little bit more lenient. I try to find what works without changing the whole house upside down, because a lot of times if you say, well, that one don't like carrot but they want corn, then the other ones, why they get to get corn and we got to eat carrots, but y'all like carrots in this person, so then it starts a whole big family debacle. You know what I mean? So we got to watch how we do it. So I just tiptoe through the tulips, That's right. You got to do what is right for the child, not just for what you want it to be. We have to do what's right for the child. And sometimes we use old school stuff, and then there's some other stuff, because I promise you, I was raised up like that, but a lot of times I have folded a little bit, because I know even right now, I know some folks that, with the carrots, they just don't like carrots. But sometimes it's not about what you like, it's about what you can get and what you need and what we have in the house for food and nourishment for the body. She says, I see what my niece kids. She has to cook 3 different meals because her kids what they want. Now, I think I'm going to tell you, with me, I'm going to be honest with you. There has been some nights that somebody want a hot dog, somebody want a hamburger, somebody want a tuna, and you can have that kind of fun. But when you got the kids controlling the whole household and how the food drops and what y'all can afford and what you got, I can't play with that. And I know exactly what you mean. That could be a fun day, because I do ask people, it's Double Down Thursday. What's Double Down Thursday? Potluck. So potluck may be somebody, I want a ham and cheese sandwich. Oh, I'm gonna have a hot dog. We can do that sometime, but we're doing a family meal here most nights. Come on, think about it. Even when you go to restaurants, sometimes the kids will have you driving to 3 or 4 places. I want something for Burger King, but I got to get his burger from here. Then she wants me to go to Wendy's to get her fries, and this one like the fish sandwich at McDonald's. Man, listen, hello, who, well, Well, starve. That's right, Dirk. That's right. Potluck was leftovers. You got that right. I mean, in my house, that's what we've done. But I've also had times where people were able to say, you know what? I want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know what I'm saying? And if that's what they wanted, we can get it in. She says, certain days, otherwise no way. Yeah, see, this is, you know what, I'm gonna say it like this. How about this? And you guys, everything we're all saying here is absolutely the truth. But I promise you, these people, these kids is running the whole house, baby. I don't know what they're doing, but when you meet them, it ain't gonna work for me. You coming over to my house for dinner, you coming over for cookout, Sarah ain't running my house. Little Mike ain't running up and down my stairs. Hello? This is what I got on the menu. Now, if you want little Ray and Boo Boo and them to have their own, you should have brought it with you. But what I'm putting on the grill, or what I'm cooking for dinner, this is how it's gonna be. No, kids are not gonna sit up here with the grown folks at the table and y'all drinking beer and wine if that's what you do. You know what I'm trying to tell you? No disrespect to anybody how they want to run their house, but I promise you, if they don't use the old ways that all of us are talking about right now in the live, they're gonna have problems on their hand, because the kids is running you. Slaps her in the face, yep. If she takes too long with her sandwich, yep. And see, you know what? It's a wrap. And I wish that 5-year-old would swing on me. You wouldn't have an arm. And I'm going to tell you that I don't mean no abusive way. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? All of that, I mean, I promise you, y'all, this was terrible. We had a situation here where we were, it went in a fast food restaurant. And this child's mother had her arm baby. She had a little brother, I guess he was about 8 months old, and that child was like about maybe 4 or 5. And the child, I want to go play. And she's like, well, Nanda, you got to wait. We got to order to eat our food first, then we'll go play. No, I'm playing now, mommy. And you know, she left. The girl left. And she went running behind her, begging her. Honey, listen. We would have left. There would be no treat. There would be no eating out. We would be gone. She wouldn't dare. I know that's right. That's what I'm saying. And the way that little girl ran off like that, she could have ran. Any strange man could have snatched her because the play area was totally different where they were making, they were getting in their booth and putting their stuff down. And, the child ran off and she stood there and let the girl play and do what she wants. See, that wouldn't have been me. We would have been gone. And I would have told the waitress, pack up the food to go. You hear? Because ain't nobody staying here to eat. Ain't no play, no nothing. We're out of here. You didn't know how to behave yourself? We're out. And she wouldn't dare. I know that's right. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It wouldn't have went down like that. You feel me? It wouldn't have went down like that. I don't know what y'all doing with these kids out here, but you're making a mess for the rest of the world. Because you know why? They're not going to be up under you all the time, and the rest of the world's got to deal with that. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And it's not good. It's not good. You hear me? It's not going to work. Just like I was telling the woman with little Sarah. I don't care what she is, Princess Leia at your house. She's not going to keep running over here to my table and grabbing bread and off the table, and I don't even know this child. I don't care if she's cute and she's little. Excuse me, ma'am. You need to come over here, take care of your kids. Oh, she just wanted a piece of bread. Well, you're here eating. Order some more bread. Yeah. What they want. And yes. And you ever notice too how a lot of people, and you are so right, and you ever notice a lot of people when they're out in public with their kids are able to do anything they want and they expect other people to put up with it? You're sitting over in the booth and you got a child. Now, when you get a kid that's acting up, you usually would get up as an adult and go into the bathroom with the child or go outside to the car to straighten the child out. This child is throwing food from over in your booth into my booth and yelling and kicking and knocking stuff over on the table, keep coming over to our table. No, this is not cute. This is not cute. I don't know what you're doing with your family, but this is not going to happen over here. And one lady, she had some child, because we were in the line one time at this McDonald's. He says, I got mad and angry, honey. I don't play that. I hear you, and that's what it's got to be, though. That's what it's got to be. Yeah, that's when I'm telling you, I don't see those kids turning out good down the line because they have been taught no morals and no values and no respect for themselves or other people. And I told the lady, now we're in the line, right? And the line is kind of going back there towards where people are sitting because that's how long the line was. And this woman had her child, I promise you, and no disrespect, two of them. It was two women with two kids. One of them had two kids, the other one had one. But they set the two little boys down at the table. One boy looked like he probably was about 2 years old. The other one was 4. And one of them kept on spitting all over the table. Just spitting on the table. And then the other one was snotting his nose and rubbing his nose and rubbing the table. And they in the restaurant. And honey, they learned no consequences of my crime. To adult. Yes, you got that, absolutely.
Rruk.
Sorry about that. That was a business call. Yeah, she says. Positivity. That's right. And see, this is the whole thing too. We know what we're talking about here. We all know what we talk about. Everyone needs to learn the world. Yes, you know what? This is the thing that I keep trying to explain to people is that whatever you allow to go on inside your house is what's happening inside your house, right? But when your kids go out, the rest of the world is not going to conform to what you're doing in your house. You have to be respectful. of how this restaurant is ran. I don't care if they over in the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese. You can't just come here and do what you want. And what does that mean? Your child is in the ball pit and they won't let nobody else come in. And when you put your child in the ball pit, that child is hitting your child. That parent ain't saying nothing. This is ridiculous. We got to do better than this, y'all. She says this. There. Balance. It is a balance. It is a balance. One needs to learn the word no. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, Share Bear. And yes, ma'am. And I keep trying to tell people, do you honestly think that we're going to keep on saying, oh, that's okay that your son done hit my son in the head 3 or 4 times. And, oh, he's just playing. Oh, he's a little heavy-handed. Oh, they'll be okay. They're just kids. No. 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 This is what I'm trying to tell you. It ain't going down like that. You do what you do, but it ain't going to happen here. You do what you do. We're getting to the point now that everybody wants you to kiss up and put up with what they're putting out here in the world, and like you got the teachers are not going to put up with that. The problem with this world today is social. Yeah. Everything. Amen. Amen. You got that right. Amen. Amen. Share Bear. And I'm going to tell you another thing. You can keep getting out here, like you said, and thinking that your kids is all so sweet and precious and they can do whatever they want. You put them in the classroom and see how long a teacher's going to put up with that foolishness. To learn. It's okay to lose something. It is. You can't make it. You got to remember, God runs this, y'all. You got to remember, God runs this. There ain't nobody here in no control of nothing. They're going not to be able to handle it. They're not going to be. They're going to listen. This is how you start the kids that are stealing, manipulating, and running the show, putting their hands on their parents, fighting. Shit loads of depressed adults. Yes, because what's going to happen is the rest of the world is not going to put up with that, and that child's going to get out there and get very disappointed. You get out here, like I said, you keep on hitting kids in the ball pit. You know, y'all playing in the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese. You done hit little Mikey, you done hit little Sarah. Now you got Bam Bam up in here. You hit Bam Bam, he going to knock you out, and he little just like you, but he's just as bad as you. Somebody going to get you. And then some parents are going to go off on the parent to take my child, this ball pit is big enough for all, 4 or 5 kids to fit in it. Why is your child keep hitting my son? Why did your child do this? You know what I mean? Then you're looking at this other parent. Well, your child is sucking my baby's bottle. Why would you put a child in the ball pit with a bottle? This is not a game. This is not an option to play with, No, they shouldn't be doing that at the school, Share Bear. That ain't certain things you don't discuss with people unless they're doing that in their home. I'm not with that. They shouldn't do that at a certain age unless the parent approves. Just like when they used to have the sexual education and all that. You have to ask, you got to ask the parents, are they okay for you to teach their kids about condoms? You got to ask the parent first. You don't have, no, but they don't want you to do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag in school, though. And they don't want you to talk about God in school, though. You see what I mean? Keep the other stuff in there, though. This drug, the depressed adult, yeah. Just makes it worse, absolutely. Then they're addicted to the medicine and the side effects are going to come in. Really good teachers that got it rough. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you saying that right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Lisa. Yes, ma'am, Joy's World. We ain't got time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People are not listening. And you know what? And I'm going to be honest with you. I have a lot of different people, in family and that I work with that have autistic children. I have a godson that's 32 that's on the spectrum. He's nonverbal. And I promise you, we do not allow him to run around and do what he wants to do. It has nothing to do with him being disabled. He has to behave a certain kind of way when we're out in public, regardless. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? And he's a big boy. He's 6-something feet tall. You get what I'm saying? But we can't let him just run and do, oh, he's autistic. Oh, he's got Down syndrome. Oh, so he can come over there and knock your whole table over. Oh, that's okay. That's not how you're training him nothing positive. If he's, disorderly at this moment, we're going to have to take him to the car. Or we're not going to be able to eat out today. We're going to have to leave Olive Garden, Red Lobster, wherever. Come on, y'all. We don't get a pass just because we're disabled. You know what I mean? That's not how we do it. You got some stuff where people, this is an area for this type of play and fun, but nobody gets a pass. You know what I mean? She says, I took my kids. Yep. And I remember those questions. Care Bear, she says. Get out of line. I know that's right, Share Bear. Yep, exactly, Rruk. You know what I'm talking about. Feel the same way. Yes. And yes, absolutely. And there's consequences for their action. Yes, ma'am, Lisa. Yes, ma'am. Amen. Amen. Same as her other kids. That's right, Ann. There's no difference. That child had the nicest manners of all. Yep. That's what I'm talking about, because I know that a lot of people, just like, and I'm going to say this, guys, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, because I have quite a few in the family, and I also work the type of, one part of the work that I do, and I promise you, I went into this Dollar Tree when I was in the States one day, right? And I was in the store, when I got over to the freezer aisle, there was a young man that was fixing everything. And you know how some of the kids on the spectrum, everything has to be lined up right. You know what I mean? And when they're in their world and they're stimming, you can't, you know what I'm saying? But the child was reorganizing the freezers in the Dollar Tree while his mother was somewhere else in the store shopping. First of all, he did it way better than the store had the refrigerator area stocked. But that's not appropriate. He's, rubbing his nose, touching every popsicle, every ice cream, she just can't let him just do that just because he's on the spectrum. And it was out of control, because he got there and he was lining up, fixing, touching everything. And I know what he was doing. And I promise you, if they hired him in that store, he would have the store lined up. But that wasn't under the guidelines of being an employee. You get what I mean? And his mother just let him be in the store and do what he want. And he wasn't doing it. He wasn't misbehaving, but he was reorganizing the whole, how in those stores you could have a whole line of refrigerators. He was reorganizing all of them. And his mother left him unattended and went somewhere totally different in the store. And they kept trying to say, listen, I know that, we get a lot of kids in here that open stuff up and break toys. And he was a grown man, though. She said, but we can't allow, the lady was saying, we can't do this in here. We can't do this. But he's not doing anything. He's on the spectrum. He's just fixing stuff. You can't go in the store. Do you understand what I'm telling you? There's nothing. He did good. I'm telling you, if they would hire him, their store would be immaculate. He was in there fixing that freezer up right, the way the employees should have did it. But that he had no business in there like that, though. We couldn't do that. She said, I was in a restaurant once where a person allowed her 3 kids to run around and get mad as they went. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Honey, listen, let me tell you something. We got to stop playing these games. We got to stop playing these games and get this situation situated. This got to stop. And I'm telling you, I am not, and even me, any type of work, like the type of work that I do, I don't put up with people and their kids and all that crap right there. I'm not the one. If you didn't learn it, it's gonna be taught today. And I'm not one to tell somebody what to do with their child, but I'm not gonna take the bull from the child either, though, just because you do. She says, to the table, I told them to sit down, or they showed them what happened. Amen, and yes. And gave them the look. That's right. And my mother used to kick us in the shins under the table when we were at restaurants if we acted loud or was too loud. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Oh, yes, she did. And that look, it's a wrap. You know what I'm talking about. It's a wrap. Get that ear pinched. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going down. Oh, yeah. confrontation with her son. I get it, but that's a learning opportunity to teach him what happens if his mom not around. That's right. He had no business behaving that way. And I know what they mean about you get embarrassed and they act even worse. Go out to the car. Go to the bathroom with them then. You got to do something. She said they went back into kept them at her own darn table. That's right. Get it up out of here, man. Nobody don't care. It's not cute. Like I said, we had this little toddler that just kept coming to our table and just reaching their hand up there. You know, their teeth and their slob and their nose is running. Kept reaching up at our table, grabbing whatever they could get at the end of the table. And the parents over there like, oh, he's so cute. He likes you guys. Don't even know us from a can of Oops paint. Oh, he's so cute. No. This has nothing to be doing with cute. This has nothing. This is a family sitting over here having a dinner. We're total strangers. You don't know if we're weirdos or perverts, and you're allowing your child to keep coming over here at our table, running and going up under between people's legs, up under tables. No, I don't care how old they are. I don't care if they're handicapped. I don't care. No. Excuse me, ma'am. Can you come and get the baby? Oh, they're trying to be nasty. He's just little. He just wanted one of your biscuits. Why couldn't you give a child a biscuit? Look at these people over here. Don't want to give our beautiful baby a biscuit. Like tried to show out like that. Honey, I shut that down. Oh, yes, I did. Nicely, though. I did good. That's right, Share Bear. That's right, I know that's right. And she said, no, it's not. Go to the tables, grab food from people's plates, laughing. Yeah, and the parents was happy with it. They were glad the child wasn't around them because they didn't even want to be bothered. She said, and people moan under their breath, but do nothing. Yes, do nothing. And then trying to act like they're upset with the child, but you're not doing anything. What are you supposed to do? Go outside. Take the child outside and straighten it out. What are you talking about? How you don't know what to do, even if this is your first child? You're older than this child, so you've been in the world. You know what to do. Go outside. There's no way. Just like you know how it is when you have kids that have them temper tantrum. You already know what little Mike or little Sarah's like when they're at home, disabled or not. So if you know you at a public restaurant, I don't give a daggone if it's a mall, I don't care where you at. You got to take those kids aside somewhere so they don't get away with what they're doing and they don't disrupt other people. Go in the bathroom. Go back outside and take a walk. If it's cold, get in your car. Turn the heat on and say, listen, I may not be able to come back in here because Sarah's doing that throw myself back thing. And she won't stop doing it, so I'm not going to be able to come back in the restaurant. Well, you can't. You got to train them then. You can't act like it's somebody else's fault. Just like to keep telling the waitress, can you bring another ketchup? Can you bring another ketchup? Because the child and open the ketchup, knock the ketchup on the floor up under somebody's table. And then when you have a waitress, oh, well, the customer's always right. That type, no, the heck it ain't. No. I'm not coming over here to clean this up. I'm not going to come over here. If you got a child that keep knocking over the pitcher of water and I got to come mop 3 and 4 times, there's not going to be no more water on this table because I'm going to go tell my manager or supervisor there's a problem with the family in booth 5. You know, this is not a game, man. Listen here. Wake up, y'all. Yeah, moan under their breath. Say it out loud. Say it out loud. She says, I think parents of today are just lazy because teaching kids is hard work. They think, and it's not, because you gotta, you know what, and that's such a load of crap there, and you know, for people to think that, because first of all, when you have a child, when you just say, for instance, you know, when you have a newborn and you talk to that newborn knows your voice. They start cooing and stuff from day one. When you get a child that start getting at the stage of when you put them on the bed, they roll over, and you may say, uh-oh, careful, you're going to fall on the floor. What does that mean when you say that to a baby 3 months old? Because you put them in the center of the bed, but now you realize they're starting to be more mobile. You talk to them like they're human, but you're talking to them about things that need to be said. So how is it hard to teach when it starts from day one? Very young. They learn quick. Come on. What? Why? Oh, talk to me, y'all. You know, I'm going to give you an example. I was holding a child that was about 6 months old, right? And this baby kept pulling at my necklace and my earrings. And what did I say to the little baby? Marla, that's not nice. That hurts. Oh, no, don't pull my earring. No, Marla. I'm teaching her right there. And I'm stopping her from doing it. What do you mean? When you get a child to start crawling around the house, what do? You start moving stuff out the way. You start putting gates up. But at the same time, you tell them, watch out. Uh-oh, you're going to fall. Uh-oh. Come on. What does that teach a child when you tell them, no. Put that back. No. Nope. It's not time to get the blocks out. Nope, we're having quiet time. How don't they know what you're talking about right out the gate when they 1, 2, 3 years old? You can teach them about God. All of that. Immediately. They learn quick. Do you know how many kids that I know that from some strict households where the mother has said, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, I'm not judging nobody, but I am not moving my knickknacks off the table, off my end table. My kids know, and my coffee table, not to touch it. And I promise you, I've been at houses where the kids know automatically, 1, 2, 3 years old, not to even dare go near that table. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they were taught, not to at a very early age. How do you think they learn how to start holding their own bottle? Listening and looking at you when you call their name if they don't learn. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. If you're saying Sarah, how does the child know that their name is Sarah? Because you've taught them and you've directed the name Sarah towards them. So now when you say Sarah, they look up at you. They could be 6 months old. And you say, Sarah boo. Sarah gonna look up at you. Little Brian. How does he know his name is Brian? Because you taught him. From the start, not to touch. Oh, honey, listen. They are a product of their environment. It's on you, boo-boo. And y'all know what I'm talking about. It's on you, boo-boo. It's on you what comes up out of your home. It's up to you what comes out of your home. There is nobody doing the training but you. Even if your kids go over to grandma's house and Papa, if you got a certain training and certain rules, because grandparents do a little spoiling and stuff like that. But if it's something serious that you don't want the child to have a bad habit, your parents will respect you and not allow it to happen in their house. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? Just like I know some parents that got kids and they'll let them, especially when they're at that stage and they, keep pulling their pamper off. They'll let them run around their own house with no pamper on, and that's cute where they at. Yes, ma'am, and that's cute where they at, but you're going over to my house for dinner. We don't do that here. And I understand that because I may have one of my kids to do it too, but I'm not going to allow them to do it while I got company over and we're having a dinner. You got to put this thing together here. You want your kids to have the best life ever, but if you don't teach them and discipline them, they're not going to. It's all on you. You understand what I'm saying? It's all on you. This is not a game. We're not playing here. And when you have handicapped kids and you keep, treating them like babies and not showing them, you don't open their brains up. You don't expand their mind because you're so busy trying to coddle them down when it could be a teaching here. There's so many options. Be wild. I warned her and she didn't listen. See? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a problem. Just like I just seen, she said, so I just refused to let them visit her until she understood. That's right. If she don't do what you say, them is your kids. I don't care. It's too bad. You lose out. Just like they had this one person over here. No disrespect, but they had a neighbor here that was having a gathering. And how are you allowing your kids to keep throwing paper plates and cups over into somebody else's yard? Oh, they're just playing. They'll go and get the plates and stuff after they're having fun. No, they're not. And you don't have no right to just go up on anybody's property either. Once in a while, a ball goes in somebody's yard. You may go in their yard to retrieve it. But for the most part, you got to play the ball somewhere else. Man, can't understand their unruliness after holiday. And grandma, that's what I'm saying. I'm not with it. And I don't care what the father say, the husband say. These are our kids that we're raising in the house together. And if there's certain kind of rules we got, mom and dad got to understand that. You get what I mean? They got to have to, or they won't be going over there because of the stuff that you letting them get away with. You used to spank me when I was little when I did it, though. This is not a good idea. I promise you. When a child comes up in the world that has no morals and values, everybody pays for it. Everybody pays for it. You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's what it is. Just like with me, I had a client years ago, and he harmed me pretty bad a few times. He was, he was on the spectrum too. He was 20 years old and a big dude, and his mother wouldn't even try to take the time to see what he was capable of learning. And the stuff I taught him was immaculate, and he behaved a lot better too when you showed him that he was human and not treat him like he was something to be ashamed of and hidden away and coddled and strapped down all the time, Things were good. That's right. If you don't get the message, you miss out. Because you got to remember, you are the grandmother, but that mother, it's the grand, it's in front of mother. I'm the mother, period. Because there's been a lot of wars in the families with how you raise your kids, from you and your husband, what y'all want to do, what your husband family want to do, and what your family wants to do. You have to get on the same page. You have to get on the same page. And I know grandma may do a little extra spoiling, but if it's not conducive for the child, I don't want that. I don't want that. If I told my child they wanted to get some sneakers and they misbehaved or their grades wasn't right, and and that's what it is, Eat for whoever got kids, don't, godmother, uncle, whatever role you play in the child's life. If I say that they're not getting it because of their grades, they don't get to go to grandma's house or godmommy house or uncle and have them go behind your back and buy the sneakers. You're not getting those specific sneakers for a reason. Yes, right. See, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. The nerve. That's why I keep saying some of these grandparents, they know they got on your behind when you did certain things, but with the grandkids, which is a worse or harder world now, you should be able to keep instilling those values, because look how we turned out. So we want the next generation that's living in the world that got a harder time to come up in to do the same thing. Why wouldn't you? It doesn't make sense. This is crazy. I don't get it. I really don't. This is the point that I keep trying to make. Please, please, please do not let the kids fall in the gap. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can't change it for the grandkids, because they all need to be in the same standing as well too. All of the stuff that, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the majority of the stuff that we had to learn when we were kids, I think we need to bring some of that old school back into play. You know what I mean? Because what I don't like either, and I'm gonna be 100% real, I don't like, and I'm not telling nobody what to do, and I don't mean to sound rude, but I don't like the idea, if you got a teacher, right, and she's got 30 plus kids in the classroom, and if she don't have an aide or not, however they do that, I think they need more people in the class, more teachers in the classroom than that. But I don't like the fact that your child could be in second grade, third grade, or whatever, kindergarten, and they can tell you that they need to go to the bathroom, and you let them go to the bathroom, and they've been gone a half hour, and you don't even recognize that it could have been a kid from a higher up grade that was in that bathroom being frisky. It could have been a pervert teacher, anybody. Did you go and check to see if the child was all right? There need to be some type of situations where you need to have times that the whole classroom gets to go to break, and I'm going to be the teacher, stand out the door and let each kid go in the bathroom so they can use the bathroom. Now, some kids may have medical problems and may have to go a lot more than others, but you need to go check on that child, because I'm going to tell you some stuff that just happened at a school that was horrible because the supervision was very lacking. Get what I'm saying? Kids were behaving young kids, 3rd, 4th grade. Yeah, yes they were. Boys up in the girls' bathroom, and she's got her panties down. Yeah, because nobody's watching, and you don't know if these kids have been molested. No one's checking. And I don't mean to be rude, but I'm telling it like it is. I'm telling you guys what it is. For real. Daisy, just say something. Abuse. Yes, exactly, Ann. It's a beauty. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, exactly. And then I keep saying, because right now, working in the facilities like that, you see what rights. You know how many different janitors that roam the hallways throughout the day, and your little daughter or son left their classroom and been gone a whole half hour, and the teacher don't even realize that they're gone. You need to go check on that child. They're supposed to be responsible because their parents may have told them something, but what if they ran into somebody that's weird or acting up, or another student that's being fresh? You know what I mean? This is not a game. I'm telling you, if you don't teach your kids things, the world will. The world will. Because I can tell you some experience that I had as a child that wasn't good. So guess what I said? What did you say, Ann? I'm telling you, y'all, we got to do better than this, y'all. We got to do better than this. These kids don't know nothing. They come with a clean slate. It's what we teach them. It's what we teach them. I said, it's okay. I can give you the phone to call. Remember, to get here. Yeah. I know that's right, Ann. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. How do you think? And that was a good one. 25 minutes. Yes. That's right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because when you do that stuff behind parents' back, those kids will call just because you yelled at them because they did something bad. Or like we said with the food, I said that you can't have that. It's dinner time. Or you have to eat your carrots or you get nothing else. Then they're going to call that number and say, my mother's not giving me food. And then the service is going to come to your door, right? You see what I mean? Come on now. I know that's right. You get what I'm trying to tell you. You know exactly what I'm talking about, because you give kids that information and they're not, psychologically, emotionally able to understand what that means. They're going to take that the wrong way, and then they're going to have something that, bad come into your house. You get what I'm trying to tell you? Because anytime if you talk to a child, well, what happened? Well, my mom said I had to eat my carrots, and if I don't eat my carrots, I can't get nothing else to eat. And that was an hour ago, and I'm hungry, and she hasn't fed me. You're calling in. Or, well, what happened? I had went in and took some money out of my mother's pocketbook, and she snatched the money out of my hand and yelled at me. So now they're sending social service to your house, or whatever you got in your city, state, or town. You know what I mean? Yes, falsely, for attention, or because they don't know. They don't know. And that's the whole thing. You don't give certain information out. Just like with a lot of these schools, they're passing out condoms. I think whatever these things that you decide to do at any school, you need to check with a parent first, though, because people have rights of what their kids is learned and taught. I'm going to be honest with you. They do. They have rights to what their kids learn and what they're taught. So with that being said, you don't have a right giving any type of information to kids unless their parents are okay with it, because there's going to be a lot of false situations happening, and you can ruin somebody's family for that, You got that right. You got that right. Absolutely. You got that right. Absolutely. Two other things, so we're going to put a little note here, something like anything that applies, or something like that in one of them boxes. That's why I said you gotta, that's the problem too here with this parenting these days. You gotta make sure kids stay in their lane. You gotta make sure kids stay in their lane, because if you don't, they grow up too fast. And you're giving them too much information that they don't need to know. And so often it is all lies, because they just couldn't get, That's exactly what that's what that advocates for. Anytime when you have situations like that with kids, they'll go on a call just because you told them that they couldn't watch a movie or that they had to go to bed because of school night, and they'll call that line and tell them that you yelled at them or you didn't give them no food. And and I'm gonna give you one of these. I'm gonna get real deep for some families, and no judgment. But for some families, it could be a situation like this where little Jack, he was told that if he didn't eat what was cooked, he's not getting anything else. So now he thinks he's going to go and play his PlayStation for the next 5 hours. And you said, well, you didn't eat your food. So now you're going to bed then. If you're not going to eat your dinner, you're going to bed. There's no games, no nothing. And then, you got dad in here. He's unwinding after work. He might have a beer or some wine. I mean, I don't drink myself. I'm not judging anybody. There's nothing wrong with who do what they want grown. So now you done call somebody. They popped up at the door. Mama got some wine. Dad got some beer. The child said that they haven't eaten. What you think they looking at? Come on now, y'all. Come on, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. I want to say 20-year-old boyfriend and parents said no. She went in, accused her father of sexual assault. Yes, I've handled a lot of them cases. Oh, honey, you got that right, honey. Listen, Linda. Yes, ma'am. Oh my goodness, and I done worked with that. Listen. Oh boy, you done said what I was getting ready to say. Because I got a playlist of stuff like that on, in my hangout spot. Sorry about that. I got and I'm not telling nobody to go over there and watch, but I got something that's called, true life stories in my playlist. And it all speaks about that type of stuff, what work I've done in that area and what kind of cases that I've had to deal with. And I'm telling you, honey, listen to me. They will turn your house upside down when it comes to that type of stuff. Do you hear me? They will turn your house upside down. And in my playlist, I got something. It's listed. Those situations like that are listed under true events. And honey, let me tell you, that's how they do. It'll flip the whole family. She said it took them the months to prove in court there was none. Yes. In the meanwhile, he lost his job, his family. Yes. And she just lied. Yes, and guess what happened too? There was a family here. See, and what I got that I just mentioned, that's all true cases I worked. Okay? Well, listen here. They got a situation right here. Some neighbors that lived in a neighborhood for a couple of years, and then they had a new family that moved in. The two neighbors, they became friends. The husband and wife. They all had parties, pool parties, cookouts, all of that. Their kids played together and everything. And one evening, they got in the hot tub. The parents, they got in the hot tub, and the one man said, "You want to switch partners?" And the couple said, "We don't do that. We're faithful in our marriage. We don't do that. And as a matter of fact, we're going to leave." So when they left, what ended up happening at some point, the family that got mad because they're swingers. Let me read what y'all saying. Pick up my kids from school. Too good. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I put prayers out for the little one not feeling good. Care Bear. Oh. Shake my head. He is my dramatic 15-year-old. LOL. I'll be back in a few. Okay. I pray that he feels better. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope everything's all right, Care Bear, because, you said they get dramatic, so it could be something or something that's not that bad, but they need mama. So mama got to go on and do that, get that bear hug. I know how it is. Oh, poor thing. I hope it'll all work out. Yes, it will. I claim the victory. It'll be fine. Yeah, so let me tell you what happened. By that family getting mad, you guys, about the swinger family got mad because that couple didn't want to swing with them. She said, "Yep, Lord help me." Care Bear, you ain't nothing, child. You know what it is, honey. Yes and more yes. Oh my goodness, I know that one because I had. Oh man, we gonna get into that too. That's gonna be another part of our conversation because them ones. It may be they made a got a skint on their knee and they act like their leg broke. You know how it is. And then mama got to get there and then you look, sometimes you get them home and they had a stomach ache and they'd be all right in a half hour and up playing and want to go outside. And you're like, you could have went to school, stayed to school then. I could have came up to the school and sat with you for a minute and gave you some Pepto-Bismol now. Come on now. I know what you're saying, though. I hope it works out, though. You know how that be. Sometimes they need mama. Just need mama, no matter what it is. So I get that. And I hope it works out and everything will be all right. That is so cute. That is interesting, huh? Yeah, so as I was saying about this family is swingers, so since that family didn't want to go along with the swinging situation and their kids continued to be friends, it got a little funny because, you know, if you're going over to another couple's house and y'all friends and y'all kids play together and they're trying to start some freakiness amongst y'all and you don't want to be bothered with it, there's a problem, she said. Oh, you was one of them too. You one of them, huh? She said I didn't like some sport classes, so yeah, I know you're not trying to get out of it, Ann, huh? Got sent home. Yep, I know. I used to have to. I had my things too. I know. Ann, you is a trip, girl. I know exactly what you mean because I done had my vices and things that I did to try to get what I. You know what I'm trying to tell you. I done been there and done that too, so I know exactly what you mean. And you know, we're kids, we got that kind of mindset, and some things that nobody's listening to you, that you're not comfortable with, and they keep putting you in it, you find your own way out. You know, it ain't hurt nobody. You just, you know, kid being a kid. And I know that's absolutely right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You did your thing, girl. Got out of that. I told you, kids are very clever. Yes, we are out here. That's it. She made sure she got out of that one. I know that. She said, I was shy and didn't like to do sports and shorts. And honey, me too. There's a lot of school stuff that I can tell you about, honey. Honey, a lot of stuff. Sometimes too, when you know how when they pair you up, I don't care if it's in science class or do work with other people, sometimes that didn't go good for me either. How that is. I done had a lot of them one because nobody listened to you. Sometimes even your own parents won't listen to you when you tell them that you're going through something and it's bothering you. You know, she said I was a quiet nerd in class. Yep, that's how I was. I didn't fool with it. It's too much stimulation, too much going on. So I made sure they heard and seen me. You know, whenever. And that is the truth. Yeah, she says, got bullied a lot. Yep, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. I was one of those, and it's because you were quiet and contained and people want to bother you. You know, that's been the story of my life, honey, with those kind of things. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Same old thing, different day, but I was that child too that was, quiet and people bothered you because of that. All that. And it's hard too because folks will pick you out because of how they'll look over at you and they can tell how you move and how you act and they'll pick you just for that. I know that's right. Yes, I'm telling you, I know. I'm telling you because I know just by being nice was a problem a lot of the times in the kind of world that we live in. Being nice. Just because somebody seen that you were nice. I watch teachers too and a lot of students pick me out because of how my conduct was, how I sat quietly by myself. I didn't look at everybody, make a lot of eye contact, low key to myself what I behaved and I did what I was supposed to do, and that made me a victim. Not just with the kids that like to bully, but teachers treated me a certain way or tried to call me out and embarrass me a little bit because I was quiet and low key. School was hell for me. Yeah, the only time that I really enjoyed myself was when I was in school and we had home economics, back in my days, and then we had like shop classes, and that those two different classes that I went to, all those kind of things in science were the only time that I felt that I was okay. Yep, me too, me too. And Invisible Man, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm still kind of the same way now. I don't like too much attention drawn to me, and I don't like to be seen. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like put on the spot and people directing themselves at or towards me. And by me being that way, but not harming nobody, not acting funny or weird, whether nerd or not, I didn't do anything to make anybody, to attract them towards me. Just they did it because they knew I was low key, quiet and stuff, and they wanted to hurt me. They want to bother you. And a lot of times, you know how it is when they have, they tell you got to pair up with somebody. Nobody want to pick you, and I didn't want to be picked. He said, "Stay at home and live my life." Amen. And I'm kind of still like that now too. I didn't get too deep with too many friends now either. I tell you that, and for real. And I always had, when you had to be paired up, certain kids didn't want to pick to be paired up with you. You know what I'm talking about. And I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't want them to pair up either. So it worked in my favor. But it made the big spunk in the classroom because the teacher would know it has to be two. Why don't anybody want to sit with Rruk? And then everybody look at like, you know what I'm talking about. But I didn't want to be paired up either though. But they made it. Let me see. She says she's true. Bullies always pick on folks. Yes, they do. Them bullies. I won't fight back. Never. After the football team. Yes, ma'am. You got that right, Joey. Lisa. Yes. She said one set the phone. Okay. Yes, ma'am. But yeah, I know exactly what y'all talking about. I'm telling you. And the thing is, what's up with them bully kids though? What is always the problem with them bothering somebody? They're already popular. They already get to hang out with who they want to hang out. The majority of them are together. The captain of the cheerleaders, the captain of the football team, all of them got each other. And they still want to come bother somebody else. It's a mess. It's a mess. And I promise you, that seems like that's going to be a situation that never stops. There's always going to be those kind of kids that are trying to harm somebody when they're like popular. They want to find somebody to make fun of and to bother. And I don't understand how, what's that all about? And a lot of those kids that do all that bullying, there's something wrong with them, Something wrong with them, some kind of something they're going through, evil, being abused, something. Or control. So it's crazy. I know exactly what you're talking about on that one. I promise you. I promise you. I've watched how those kids operate, and they don't care if they're the most popular, you know, the cheerleader, the in crowd. They always find other students to pick on because they feel that that makes them more. But they're already being, chased down and loved and, by the people that's, running behind them. So I don't know why they got to still bully somebody other than, whatever's going on with them, because a lot of them are not coming from happy homes and other situations in their life too. But I tell you, the school was a mess for me. I don't even know how to explain how bad and how hurt I was and things that I went through. A nightmare. A nightmare, I'm telling you. He said, favorite you had some guys and brothers who pick on joy. I answered the door. Yeah. Pound dog. I wasn't having, honey. That's what, honey. Let me tell you, you got to protect your peace, honey. I know exactly what you mean. Oh God. Give me 1 sec on the business call, right quick. right. Thank you, guys. I apologize for that. Let me see what she said. He's dizzy, lightheaded. I'm sure he's fine. Probably tired. Yep, that could be that. Tired, or it may be dehydrated a little bit. That could be something that's not, severe, but need to be home. Need mama bear. You know how that go. She said she answered that door with a baseball bat and had an 80-pound dog. That's how you got to do it. Them bullies, I'm telling you. You, honey, when you deal with them, you start learning some of them are absent of a conscience, or they're doing what's been done to them, full of hate and anger. She said he's not a fan of school. Oh, that's just like me. I was the same way. School wasn't it. And we just got through talking about that. School was not it for me. Never was. I don't like it. I mean, like I said, I had a few things I liked, but for the most part, I'd rather not have been in it at all. And that's the entire school experience of not even bringing college in yet, but, all the way from kindergarten, kindergarten to 12th grade, never enjoyed it. You are right places in between. Like I said, we had a school that we went to. There would be 1 week of home ec and shop, and the next week would be at classes. I did pretty good though, and science was all right because if I could work independently. Home ec, I like in there cooking, and wood shop, like we would make a bird house or something like that. And if I could work by myself, I was good. But for the most part, school was yuck. That's why I didn't really want to go to college either, because that's another setup. People, you think because they're grown, they act better. It depends on who you're around. Okay? It's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. And it was always, the problem is mostly other people. Other children. I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe how chaotic college is too, though. Because I know so many people, kids right now is in college, and even me as an adult it can be even worse. Being grown in college is almost like adult school. Because in college you have all kinds of different ages of people, and you got a lot of idiots and clowns too. And they all can behave the same way there too. Hey, what's up, John? Thank you so much for stopping in. Happy Tuesday to you. How you doing? I hope everything is good in your neck of the woods. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we're talking about back in the days, schools and being bullied and a whole bunch of different stuff. Our growing pains in the world. Thank you so much for coming in. But yeah, guys, I've had all kinds of bad experiences in school, and I promise you, college can be the same thing, especially when you are dealing with people that are pretty much the same of what you used to. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's ridiculous because when you go to college, you could be in class with somebody 18, 35, 60, 40, and if they are the same way they were when they were kids, it could be quite annoying too. Because you got to do a lot of work and assignments and study with them, and you try to go to the library, and especially if you're living at the college dorms. Oh, hell no. Excuse me, y'all. Heck no. Heck no. Been there, done that, won't do it again. That's another whole mess. If you don't get surrounded by the right kind of people, you're going to have the same problems that you had back when you were in school. From grown-ups that never changed from what they were when you were younger. Oh yeah, I hear you, Care Bear. I know, because I used to have every excuse too to get out of school. I'm telling you. And like I said before, if you don't get right with the college, it's going to be a problem. And that goes on and on. Because a lot of people haven't changed since they were little. So when you meet them as adults, and they got that same behavior that they had back when they was 2 years old, is going down. Yeah, let them get some rest. They're probably sleeping. Might need to drink some water. You know how it goes. And even if it's a ploy to get out of school, you got to talk about it. Like I said, it could be tired, it could be anything, or it could be wanting to get out of school, but you've been through it as an adult, so you know what the kids are capable of doing. So you might have to talk about it, you know what I mean? You might have to explain to them what is going on. Is this something that's really happening to you, so you got to start going to bed early? Or is this something about school that you're trying to get out of, and I might be able to help you with it? You're uncomfortable with the teacher, a couple of other students, we can work it out. And once again, you'll be going to bed early tonight. You will be going to bed early tonight, babe. And I tell you what, a lot of people don't realize that everybody can. Once in a while, amen. That's right, Lisa. That's right. And that's a good thing. We need to have that. Free our minds. And let it all hang out, right? I think that is a good idea and very much needed. Everybody gonna have them days, them off days. But I tell you, honey, life is lifing, and if you don't get yourself together out here and have your kids straightened out and doing what they need to do, it's going to stay with problems 24/7. Because we got so many people out here that's going to try to, break down everything you built. Once your kids hit the door and they get a chance to be around other kids or unruly people, and sometimes too, some kids have, I know for a fact too, when I was younger, there was a lot of nasty teachers I had. All them teachers weren't good, nice teachers either. And then there's some good teachers that go through a lot of crap, This stuff goes hand in hand, if you will, I know with me, I could say I feel bad for a lot of teachers, and then I feel bad for some students. She said, yeah, people be going to bed early, just to get a hold of it, to see what it is. Because sometimes they may have not, you may think they gone to bed and they may get back up and you knocked out, sleep in the room, and they don't sleep good, and then you get up, too much stimulation going on, and then you're not feeling well. Breath plays a big role. If they got the right kind of sleep, you know how it goes. You figure it out what it is, because I know with me, I felt like that before when I was, tired, even as an adult. And I felt like that too when I haven't been drinking enough water. So just take time, work on it, and it definitely will get straightened out. Just put your best foot forward and do it moving. And I know this with us too. The stuff that we are talking about here, a lot of this stuff didn't happen with certain situations with kids and things as bad as it is now. Because I think a lot of people are so busy in trying to relive their life that they're letting their kids raise themselves. You know what I mean? There's a lot of this stuff that we got going on, it was unheard of. I'm dead up serious. And I know it's different time and it's 2024. That has nothing to do with it. I keep saying to folks too, and not telling people what to do or judging, but sometimes you got to really bring back some of that old school stuff that you learned when you were a child that needs to be applied to this society of kids these days. They don't need that easy rope. They need some of that hard, conquer-built love and teaching. Or they're not going to make it. Look how the world is. You keep playing this new world game with these kids out here, they're not going to be able. They're not going to be able to, and they're not going to survive. Because the world is worse now. And a lot of parents are not putting down anything with God, first of all. But that's the main key right there. A lot of people are not raising their kids up to believe in God or anything greater than what they want or say or control. They're not doing that. They're just letting their kids do what they want to do. And with the kids, they don't have it all. You know what I mean? It takes a long time for that frontal lobe to develop. So a lot of this stuff is on impulse. And I mean, you may get a lot of kids that's more mature than others or whatever have you, but I'm just saying, they need help. They need guidance. And if you sit back and do nothing, the kids end up raising themselves, but they're coming up with no value. The street is kind of raising them, because whatever you don't teach your kids at home, the right way to do something, they're going to learn it from a friend or possibly learn it from, school. For some of this school, people need to pay attention to the curriculum that your kids are getting when they're in school, because there may be some stuff you may not, just like I remember when they used to say that, when you got kids that are afraid, even when I was younger too, and even now in school, you could go to this clinic and get on birth control without your parent consent. Now, when they tell you about sneaking around getting this prescription behind your mama's back, which some parents say, I'm glad they was on something they didn't get pregnant, but what about the side effects? How the birth control pills behind mama's back has changed your daughter's cycle. The cancer risk, you got to know what you can do. You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people don't understand all of that sometimes doesn't help a kid. They're condoms, yeah. Now you got somebody that wasn't sexually active thinking they can do something now. Got to check with the parents. Yes, they are. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the reason why kids are out of pocket. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's because they're allowed to do whatever they want to do. And there's no the parents don't have to be bothered. Because I see a lot of that happening. The kids are doing what they want to do. And by their parent allowing social media to raise their kids, that's less that they have to do. I don't know how they could feel that way, but it's not a good look. And it actually it's bad. And it's going to be a really big problem in the long run. Because once your kids do something, sometimes you can't undo it. Sometimes they can get out here hanging with the wrong crowd, and somebody got a cigarette. You know what I mean? Somebody got a cigarette, and they passed that cigarette to your child. The child took a puff of the cigarette and liked it, and now they're smoking. It's not going to be that easy to get them to stop that. A lot of damage is already done. And I keep saying that we got to pay attention to so that they'll know what to do when they get out here in the streets. Because if you don't teach them nothing, they go out there, they are, open book. And it could be for with their best friend. And what I noticed, a lot of people too, just like we had a situation with a lot of people got situations that they don't be paying attention to. Like for instance, they had these kids that was on the playground. They're allowed to go on at the school playground and play. And some of the kids started sneaking up inside the school stealing, right? Y'all know where I'm getting ready to go with this, right? They had kids sneaking. Let me read what y'all writing first. She says, sorry, it was on the phone. Okay, I hear you. And I'm supposed to. Okay, I hear you. I hope he's safe and all right. Are you till now? I know what you mean. At least if he's safe, Pray that he's safe and stay safe and covered. I know that's right. I'm glad he's all right, though. At least that, huh? But yeah. Speaking on this kid stuff, I had, we just had a situation here where, the kids is allowed to, go and play on certain, school grounds after hours. But a few of the kids have been sneaking in the school building and stealing, different cell phones and food from janitors and things of that. And when the parents were approached, she said, yeah, I hate when he has to go there. It's so dangerous. I'm sorry to hear that, Ann. Prayers up for you. Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. Let me read what y'all writing. She says, I never decided I mean to take. Oh, no, no, no. I wanted to let you guys talk. No, no, I don't do it, sweetie. No, 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 no. This is our hangout spot. No, don't ever feel that way, Ann. I promise you. I just wanted to let you and guys communicate with each other because that's what we're here to do, hug and hold each other up. Don't ever apologize for that, beautiful. It's all good, Ann. Believe me. I need you. Help me. Nope, you did not take over. I just wanted to let y'all communicate. Then I had something to do in the background right quick too. So why do schools allow kids in there? You know what? I don't know. That's what I was wondering too. The schools, there's a lot of schools, different places that are open up for the public. And I thought that for that to be school grounds, they should lock that down because there's a lot of kids that go there and they destroy. And also a lot of kids hang out and get high. I don't think that it's a good idea for it to be open to the public at all. No, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't understand that, and that is a big, big problem. That is not going to work good. That's not a good idea at all. I think school property should not be able to be, occupied if school is closed. The only way that that should be occupied is if you have a certain kind of, like the Boys and Girls Club or wherever you are, got some kind of place that they want to have a field day and they get consent from the school to use the facility like that. You know what I mean? The grounds. But other than that, nah, it doesn't go good. Yeah, and that's exactly what it does. And I promise you, when this stuff happened, when the parents were asked questions, the parents flipped out. That ain't my mother effing bleep bleep. I mean, they were, and I'm not swearing, I'm just saying how they were talking. My child wouldn't do that, SH and ba ba boo ba 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 ba, arguing with the security about this. And the main two parents that were going off about this, their kids admitted, it was my idea, Mom. Me and Sam, we both kept saying we want to go and see if we can steal some food or somebody's iPhones. But your parent just cussed out the security guard saying that your child was a perfect angel, and in actuality, you didn't even know what your child was capable of. Stop saying they got with a bad crowd when they are the bad one, when you don't know your kids. That's where it's at, laid back. That's why I keep saying a lot of people, you can't always say that my kid, because that's how people love to be able to do. They love to be able to say when something like that happened, they love to be able to say that it wasn't my child, or they got with a bad crowd, but your child was the bad crowd. Pink clouds about the kids, yes, thinking they have little angels. That's exactly what I'm saying, because I don't play the game. I wouldn't play the game. I'd be like, well, I'd never known of them to be that way, but you know, kids are kids. They get these dumb ideas in their mind. Let me see what's going on. You don't just necessarily say you got with the wrong crowd. And also, you yourself as a parent, if you know that your child is lying, and I'm saying it blatantly, if you know that your kids is lying, there is no need that if they finna get in trouble for you to go along with the lie. Your child needs to face what they have done. There's no need for you to go and play it off, because now everybody finna get in trouble. So now you don't want your child to get in trouble. So now you want to go with the lie, and you I promise you build a monster. And that same lie that you have in your child tell to somebody else, they're gonna tell the same lie to you when they do the next thing, because they're gonna know that the parent is allowing them to do that. The parent told them how to tell the lie good. So when the authorities or the police officer ask you, because see, those were grounds for being arrested. And I don't give a damn if you were 10 years old. When you go into a property like that, stealing, you can be arrested at a very young age. So if you know that the police officers and the security guards are talking to you, and you know that your child did wrong, but you got your child fixed up to tell a lie, guess what? You have created something in your child that they learned from you. Because they're gonna be brought up on charges, and then he's not gonna be able, or she's not gonna be able to get in the dance recital, or this stuff could possibly go on there, Corey, because you know they're doing this with kids at a young age. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. If that's I've never been that type of person around kids, whether you're a parent, aunt, godmother, grandparent, to lie and kiss up because it's your kids. If you know they done something wrong, they need to deal with the cards that faith has dealt them. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? There's no way out of that. There is no way that you should be able to get away with something because there's going to be consequences. Well, if I don't, this is the problem though. If I don't tell Hank or Sarah to say that they didn't do it, then they're going to get charged in the fine. We're going to have to pay the fine, and that's going to cause financial problems in our home with our mortgage and our gas bill. It's too damn bad. You owe the money. If your child damaged some property or did something, you got to pay like you weigh. Nobody don't care about that. Ain't nobody feeling sorry for nobody. Ain't no games here to be played. Your child did something wrong, and you got to pay for it. There's no need to get your child taught up and schooled up on being a fibber, just because you know now there's going to be a fine. Because what they stole has to be paid for and replaced. Yes, mom and daddy's going to have to do it. So now you want your child to go in there and lie and say that they didn't do anything, so you don't have to pay. That's all you worried about at this point is paying. You get what I'm saying? You're worried about paying. That's all. You don't care nothing about your child did something bad. They need to get the right kind of punishment for it. You want to get out of it yourself because you're the parent. So you think you taught your child something good by telling them to tell a story because you don't want to pay for what they did? No, that don't go like that. Better wake up. I'm telling you, that stuff will come back knocking on your door. I keep trying to tell people, we have to pay attention to life. Is something, y'all. So many parents back their kids up even if they know, yes. And that's where you have the problem at. That's where you have the problem at. And that's, and I seen this show here, not this show, this that was based on a true story. There was a lady that was she was a housekeeper for this family. So when she went over to do work, her housekeeping job, they allowed her to bring her son. And her son used to play with the lady. These were like real wealthy people. But her son used to play with the wealthy woman's daughter. And one day, the wealthy woman came home early, and the maid, which was the boy's mother, was somewhere in the house cleaning. And when the wealthy woman came home, she caught her son in the closet with the girl, and they both had some of their clothes off. And the girl immediately said, "He did it. He made me take my stuff off, Mom. It wasn't me, Mom. I'm your angel." These kids were like, what? I say 8 and 9. I wouldn't do that, Mommy. We're not like that. Bop, bop, bop. And instead of her really investigating really what happened, the wealthy woman abused the boy and fired the woman from her job. And as her daughter got older, she finally admitted that it was both of their ideas. And she actually was the one that egged him on to be fresh. You see what I'm trying to tell you? And had them people lost their job and everything. Their whole life fell apart because they were financially unstable. And she was, happened to be, and not saying it in all cases, but she happened to be a single parent from another country and had nobody really there at all. So their whole life fell apart because this girl lied. And the parent believed her because your daughter's so perfect, when in fact it was more her idea than the boy. But you believe that your child was telling the truth because you don't notice that your child isn't perfect. You see what I mean? And that was horrible. Horrible, because what happened with that family, because of one lie destroyed that family's income. They had to go back to where they came from because they couldn't stay there. She wasn't going to be able to, after a while, she wasn't able to get a job quick enough to pay for the little one-room shack that they had. So that's what she was banking on, stretching the money and being able to pay the rent for one more month. So by then she can find her another housekeeping job, and it didn't work out that way. So they had no choice but to go back to where they came from and back in more suffering than what they were already doing, because that one child told a lie and her mother believed her, knowing what your daughter is. Knowing what your daughter is. Definitely sure it wasn't perfect, because there's no perfect people in the world, absolutely at all. But they ruined that family by a lie. One lie ruined the whole thing, and it all fell apart, and I felt horrible. Trouble, yeah. And the thing is, you can't fear. You get what I mean? You can't fear trouble, because trouble is going to be in the world. You can't fear troubles. That's the whole thing that I keep saying. I don't understand how folks they don't get that. You cannot be afraid of getting in trouble, because trouble is one of the things that, and see, that's how I keep saying with people, trouble is one of the things that let you know that you're doing something wrong, and it helps you in the long run. There's a lesson in that. There's a lesson in that. And I feel that with the trouble that you get in, it's not going to kill you. It will make you stronger. It's not going to kill you. It makes you stronger. Hello, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming in, Sable. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Blessings to you. How you feeling, girl? I hope you're doing all right, Sable. Life is going on, huh? But yeah, I just, and I kept saying that there is nothing wrong with getting in trouble. We need to get in trouble sometime. We need to get in trouble sometime. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I thought you were gone, Care Bear. Share Bear. Yep, that's why I said sometimes you gotta get in trouble. There's nothing wrong. I don't know why people act like everything is supposed to be peaches and cream when we live in this thing called life. There's nobody that's gonna ever live in this world and not get hurt. You understand what I mean? This is not the promised land, y'all. We live in the flesh. The devil is roaming, trying to see who he can, devour daily. And that's our kids as well, too. The devil can come in your house and use one of your kids to turn your whole life upside down. You know what I mean? But they also know if they caught in a lie, the punishment is worse. Absolutely. And guess what? You got to get what the punishment is. What do you think God doing to us? Why did Jesus walk through here? Yes, ma'am. It's meant to happen. It's for a reason. It's for a reason. There's no way that you can say that if you discipline your child, and if that consisted of taking the PlayStation from them, going to bed early, not being able to go to their friends, not being able to go to the mall this weekend, how is that going to destroy them? It teaches them purpose, values, morals. There's consequences for your actions. I don't get how anybody would want to run from that. Yeah, I wish I could say all day. Yes, no, do your thing, Share Bear, and I will be here. Me and Sydney been hitting it up long, so I'll be here, all the way for hours. I appreciate you. God bless you, sis. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for hanging and adding. You are loved and cared for and wanted over here. You come and go as you please. I am honored to have you, my dear. Thank you, my sister in Christ. Give it to the Lord, honey. I'm telling you. Thank you, beautiful. And whatever you do, take Jesus with you and stay blessed, strong and humble as you are. And I will see you anytime you feel like coming by. I thank you so much, and I'm glad that we met. I also wish you had a channel so I can come over there and support you, girl. But I know you're doing what you do, and what works for you. But yes, ma'am, I appreciate everything always. And I enjoyed this. I love to get on here. See, this is what I come to do. And sometimes what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get on here and be talking, brother. There's somebody here, not because folks be like, dang, nobody, where you at, Rruk? I missed you. And I'm like, I missed you. And me and Lisa been missing each other left and right. Then I'll sit on here. And then, folks got to go. And then I'll be talking. And I realize that they're all in the background of gone. They probably think I'm whacked over here. So you guys have a great day. You too, beautiful. Positively. Me too, man. Listen, I told you, honey, I get caught slipping. Next time you come around, I'm going to tell you about how I got myself prayed up before I left the house, did all my Bible stuff and got out there and almost cut the fool. I'll tell you about it. Or it'll be something for the next time that we all get together to have something to talk about. But honey, listen, I need it every day, every 5 minutes. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I need to walk around and be saying that just to get the positive affirmation to build me back up from falling. Oh my gosh. But have a blessed one, beautiful. Thank you so much, Care Bear. Amen, amen, amen. Blessing to you, my dear. And I hope your young man feels better. Get a little bit of sleep there and then go to bed early tonight and keep it moving. Because sometimes with these kids, you don't know what they've been doing, staying up late and they ain't drinking enough water throughout the day, even though you told them. Sometimes they'll lie to you about that, baby. Have you been drinking your water? Have you been eating your vegetables? Because sometimes you don't have dinner together. You know what I mean? Did you get up in the middle of the night to eat something that affected you because it was after 12? Now you can't, you got a headache in school. I'm just making up something. Y'all know. But have a good one, beautiful. Take care. Yes, she know prayers is up. Amen. Once you enter us, the prayers is going to be, there forever. Even if we don't see each other, you always stay in somebody's prayers. I like that about prayer because you can put people in that lineup and you know them now. You always pray for them. You know what I mean? And wish the best for everybody in the entire world. I even pray for the bad folks, y'all. I do. Pray for people that's in prison that done murder somebody, the pedophile, the pervert. They all need something lifted because we can't tell God what He gonna do with them. So we have to do what God tells us to do. Love everybody. I'm not saying hang out with them and all that, but pray that they get over that sickness. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Care Bear. We got to pray for them because that's what happens too. A lot of people that go into jail being pedophiles, perverts, thieves, murderers. They said Jeffrey Dahmer got saved before he got taken, before he got unlifed. He had got saved all them years in prison before he got unlifed. Jeffrey Dahmer, y'all. Look, allegedly, but you can look it up. Allegedly. Definitely got to keep that in strive, honey. And even ourselves, we got to keep working on ourselves daily because I be clowning around here, y'all. Oh, she said we have to pray for the book. Yeah, exactly. Jobs to judge others. And it's not. Amen. I know you're leaving, Care Bear, but I'm going to keep talking. That's what I keep saying because you got to look at it. Anybody that we know in this world that does anything evil, they are still a child of God and they got family, husband, wife, kids, and you never know who could be in your family to turn out that way. You don't know a criminal is a criminal until they get caught. You don't know a pedophile is a pedophile until they get caught. You get what I'm saying? No shade, and I'm not trying to talk negative or nasty, but this is what we live with. You know how many people that's living in this world right now that they experience sexual abuse at home from daddy, auntie. Women are a lot of pedophiles out here, and people ignore that. But yes, people don't realize a lot of this stuff happens from your family. There's plenty of people out here that we see that killed somebody, that did this, and there was a bank robber, and they're always what? Somebody's husband, somebody's father, uncle, brother, cousin. And guess what? We're all brothers and sisters. If we all say we believe in God, we're all brothers and sisters. I don't care if you're purple, I don't care if you're green, I don't care if you're orange. I don't go by being called like I'm a crayon or a marker. What color? I don't go by the complexion. That's it for me. I don't go by that. You understand what I mean? I am not this, I'm not that, I'm not tan. The people want to call you things and they don't realize that we're all family. God placed us like this for a reason. Y'all know, everybody knows that God put this together. God put this together for us to all have different skin tone, different languages, you know, different food that we cook. All of this is for a reason. Coming from different communities, different upbringings, it's a reason. But as we all know, though, if there's only one God, I don't care where you coming from around the world. Like I said, I got a new brother I just met that live in Hong Kong. I got a sister over in Paris, and it's around the world. You know what I mean? Just people call me things just because of where I live sometimes. Yes, honey, let me tell you, I keep trying to tell people, just like I'm going to give you this example too, and you'll probably hear me say it again, Ann, because I'm a repeat offender when I be trying to share some stuff here with folks. You had these kids here we're going back to bullying type thing. You had these kids, right? And this is a group of girls. These girls was like, 8 and 10 years old at school. This boy and girl mother walked them to school every day. So the other kids, at lunchtime decide to start picking on this girl and saying to me, she says, shake my head and say to God, please forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. That's right. And see, people don't realize whatever you do to somebody else, it comes back on you. It also shows who you are. You also have to answer for what you have done to disturb someone or bother somebody else. You know what I mean? And that's the thing about that, and they said God protects fools and babies. So he's going to be able to weed all of that out. And he always says, the battle is mine. The battle is mine. But I know that a lot of times, I haven't met a bully that is not, some kids seem like a people too. Like they were born without a soul. Some people get off on hurting people. That's just something they're in. A lot of people, and the majority of them, are coming from some place of abuse. And I don't give a damn how much money you got. We ain't even gonna go there. Oh, they're rich. They're a prominent family. They got 5 cars. They got 6 houses. They got. And what about it? That's all you talking about is material things. And how these people look physically with their hair and clothes. You didn't say nothing about the Spirit, the Holy Ghost. They ain't said nothing about God. Foolishness. And that's the problem with everybody. Everybody is so busy, quit judging folks. About what they got, and they don't even see a person there. They're looking at material stuff. And everybody wants to be on the total pole because we got this in our house. We driving Lamborghinis over here. We got a Benz and you ain't got. And what does that have to do with the soul, though? That's the stuff that I don't understand. It just doesn't make sense to me because people are so judgmental. And the thing is, if you allow them to affect you, they will, because that's their aim to fame. You know what I mean? That's what they want to do. Needy for attention. Yep. That'll tell you something right there. Anytime you get some kind of reaction from kids and folks and how they behave, they need something. And a lot of times too, with these, we got people that like to control stuff, and that's because they didn't have it. She says later I learned her parents are both doctors and hardly ever home. Yes, ma'am. Exactly. And that's another thing too that I keep saying too, and a lot of people get upset about it. But when you're running out here trying to get, whose dream is it really? Yours or the kids? Because to me, the kids rather be home. Hey, what's up, brother? Happy Tuesday. Thank you so much for coming in, my man. Hey, my bro. What's going on, broski? That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes people don't realize the kids may need you instead of the material things. But see, this is what, and I've been watching a lot of families in the world, and especially on YouTube. They're out here trying to hug their kids with material wealth, and ain't got no time for no hug or no love. They're worried about giving these kids, all the latest sneakers, the new PlayStation, the new iPhone. And when the last time you said I love you? When the last time you came to a school function? When the last time that we had a one-on-one with each other? Even if you got other siblings, when has it been the time that mom came and got that one child, or dad came, aunt, uncle, whoever came and got that child and did a one-on-one, but yet they walking around with $100 in their pocket and they in the 8th grade in the school with money, and you ain't there though. To come over every day until we move moved away, and I often wonder how she is. I know I feel bad. That's horrible. You know what I mean? That's horrible. That's horrible. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. That's horrible. That's why I keep saying I don't know what people equate real love with, but I guarantee you it's not material things. Because, see, this is what I keep trying to tell people. Take a step back and look. And I'm going to use this story for example. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody living their way, having PlayStation, kids got Jordan sneakers, clothes. That's not what I'm talking about. But let me tell you this. I've seen this one story, and I've lived around and been around this physically. There was a girl that was 10 years old, and she had 5 siblings underneath her, and the youngest one was an arm baby about 6 months old. Both of her parents died in Africa. You know, they were HIV positive. And let me tell you something, and I'm not saying that's the only place that anybody can get AIDS and all that. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying this is where this came from. This was something real. Let me tell you, this girl ran the house more efficient than me, and I'm many years older than her. This girl took care of them siblings. This girl made a makeshift broom. This girl washed them kids' face by the riverside. She found ways to get into town to get food. She mopped, she swept, she cooked. At 10 years old, she had to raise all her siblings by herself. She didn't have no iPhone. You understand what I'm saying? She didn't have no PlayStations. She didn't have no Adora or Barney or Peppa Pig. Hello? Just to name a few. Yep, Rich, that's exactly what it is. I keep telling people kids would rather be from a broken home than a living one. That's what I always say. Yes, ma'am, and this is what I keep trying to tell. But see, if you don't raise your kids up right, and you're not the one that can afford Jordans, or you're not living like everybody else, your kids are going to feel misplaced unless you teach them. I don't give a damn, but everybody in the school got on Jordans, and you got on some $2 sneakers from the grocery store. That's not your business. That's not our family. That's not what we're doing. That's not how we're living. If you can't get those things straightened out, you're not doing anything, because you don't have to worry about it. And I just got through dealing with somebody that said they had to get this one woman. She got like 6 kids, and she's breaking her neck to get all of these kids iPhones. And you know you got to pay for all that because she don't want them to feel left out, because the flip phones are cheaper. But she don't want them to feel left out because all the other kids got iPhone. Well, first of all, your kids don't have to have no daggone phone anyway. First of all, how old are they? You know, you got someone, what's the youngest kid? The youngest child she got the phone was for 8. What the heck does she need an actual iPhone that you're paying service for? All of them, there was only 2 of them that may have been okay, but not necessarily it had to be no iPhone. Because if you got a child that you're worried about and they need to stay after school and you need to find a way to contact them, I understood that, which was one of the kids. She needed to be able, or 2 of them, because they did something, the 2 teenagers, they did something after school where the parents wanted to keep in touch. But you didn't have to get an iPhone either. You could have got a regular phone and communicated with a flip phone just to say, okay, you're at practice, let me speak to your coach and make sure you're where you say you are. Bam, that's it. But to try to fit in and showboat for everybody else, they made that wrong move. Now their kids is running, I'm talking about the next iPhone that just came out, the 14 now. You started it. You started it, mama, daddy, you started it. Catch up and hear y'all. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Joey. Just what Miss Lisa. My love, no. God bless you all. Great day. You have a great day too. Have a good day. Thank you so much for coming, Lisa. Thank you so much, Joey's World. Thank you so much for coming. But yeah, you know, that's the point that I'm trying to make. You started this. There's no way, and I don't care what anybody say. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I love you, sis. Thank you so much for coming. Blessings to you, darling. Blessings to you. Give Joey a big fat hug and a kiss from me. You guys have a blessed one. Take care, and thank you so much for your time. Love you, girl. I'm glad we caught up with each other, and I hope we keep meeting up, because I've enjoyed it. You done got me nice and full of love flowing through and all that. But yeah, I keep saying this over and over again. Y'all know this. We're not those people that have to keep up with anybody else. If that's how you live and that's what you can afford and that's how you want your kids to dress and have, ain't nothing wrong with it. But if you're telling your kids that they're making fun of you because you ain't wearing no Jordans, they should, because you should have Jordans, that's your fault at home. Sometimes people ain't got the same income, yo. These kids is coming to school with Chick-fil-A and your child got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's what you got in your cupboard, in your house. So what? They're fed. That has nothing to do with trying to one up and keep up with somebody else is doing. Do you, boo-boo. Live your life. Take care of your family. Mind your business. Teach your kids. Stay in your lane. You know, any friends that you got that's going to make fun of you because you don't have no iPhone or Jordan, those are not friends you want your kids to be friends with anyway. Those are not friends. Why would you advocate that and then, you know, you're trying to raise your kids a certain way, but yet you're telling them that's what makes you whole. That's okay. That's what you should have, because what if you can't afford that, though? I'm not saying it to be rude. I watch it. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to give you an example. No disrespect. When we was in the States here, we was at this park here. And these certain crowd of people, their kids running around, flashing their phone, name brand jackets and sneakers on and all that stuff. And the parents were sitting up there smoking weed with the kids sitting on their lap, cussing, turning up the Hennessy, drinking all with the kids. But yet you saying they got the best clothes, they got the best sneakers, but yet you getting high in front of them. You know, I'm not saying that grown folks, you know, can't have a beer or something to drink, but I'm not saying it like that. The kids were part of the party that should have been adults only, but yet they got the best clothes though. But where's the morals and the values? You see, all this stuff got to stop. Got to stop. And I know that a lot of kids have been to school with kind of dingy clothes on and sneakers, and people pick on you, and y'all can't help it if y'all poor and y'all ain't got no access to wash clothes all the time. But that doesn't give anybody a right to bother anybody. Yeah, that's the situation that you're dealing with, some poverty issues. There's nothing to be hurt, you know, for a person to be hurt by other people because of that. If this person is going through something, you don't got to bother them, though. You got the shoes, I got one pair, you got 6 pair. Leave me alone. What are you doing? Why? And this is not just for kids. I done experienced some stuff at this elite crowd and whoever think they all that, and you know, and a side of steak and some fries, thinking they're all that because they're dropping. You're riding in a decent, nice Honda that you can afford, that does exactly what you needed to do. But you with these women's that's got Jaguar and Mercedes, so now you're not in. They don't want to be friends with you because of what you drive, but yet they're calling this a friendship. If women 40, 50 years old, are you a clown? I wouldn't even want nothing to do with that crowd, y'all. It don't make no sense. Job. Yep. If you can't afford it, it's too bad. And once again, if your kid is coming home to tell you, listen, Mom, all the other kids are wearing Nikes and all the other kids got this, and since I don't have it, they're picking on me. Okay? So right there, we're dealing with a bullying problem. This needs to be addressed with the school officials. This needs to be shut down, because I'm not finna break my back to get something that I can't afford because people are picking on you, and that's not legal. So what are you gonna do? The child, let them get filled in the head that they gotta stop like they're less than, start having anxiety and depression because other kids is picking on them. Y'all poor, y'all trailer park, y'all trash, all of that. You're going to allow that to build your child up, or are you going to address the situation at school so that your child can keep going to school the way they've been, because this is what we can afford, this is what we look like, this is what we got, and there better be something done with these ones bothering them. You honestly think this can't be stopped if you do something about it? Yes, it will. But you running trying to get some Nikes to try to fit in, you just as messed up as the ones your kids talking about. It's stupid. Well, oh yeah, I don't play that, honey. Let me tell you something. Look. I volunteer in the classroom. See my face all the time. I've said stuff to kids, and I mean, I don't disrespect anybody, the other kids and stuff, whether you're godmother, aunt, uncle, whatever. I've said stuff like, kids going to school, that's the crowd right there to bother me. Okay, well, Jason, Michael, Sandy, whoever, get out the car and walk past them. As soon as they start saying something, I got right off the car and I said, yeah, come on. Yeah, let's do it. Because right now, I'm going to have the principal come out here, and it's going to shut down. What are you talking about? Yeah. Call me what you just called her. Let's see. Come on. Yeah, y'all the crowd that's waiting every day for this child to come by, to pick on them, to shove them, to do this, to that. Come on. Let's do it now. Let's get it popping. Yeah. I bet you nobody was doing nothing then. Just like this police officer that I know. She said that her child goes to a school that starts from 9th grade up to 12th grade. And her child rides the buses with a lot of the, different age groups of kids. And she said they were all cool with her child, which I wouldn't want my child to be cool with no 12th grader that's 18, 19 years old anyway. But anyway, she said they were cool, and then they all attacked her son on the bus one day. They started calling him ugly and stupid and grabbed his backpack and threw it. She said, I shut that down. You have to. Your child shouldn't be hanging with nobody that, I don't care if they're... I'm not with that either. Was in grade 3 and he came home one day in tears. Yep, see? Yep, she says, long story short, the teacher put him in a chair in front of the class, told the kids to laugh at him because he had no school tie. What? Oh, I know you ate her up. I know you lit into her butt. Yes, and that's normal. What if you didn't have no money to buy one at all? And what the teacher, she said, I was crazy mad. I know you turned that up. I know I would. I'd come right up there with you. Tear it down. And that teacher, she gonna hear. She gonna hear today, and I want to know that the principal and everybody know that this teacher needs to be reprimanded too. Because that right there, I keep trying to tell people, how and I'm no disrespect. I feel the same way. These poor teachers, a lot of them got a lot to deal with certain kids. And okay, yeah, that is true. But a lot of the kids got a lot of nasty, messed up teachers to deal with too. It's equally yoked. You get what I'm trying to tell you? See, something like that, honey. Listen, I got time today. Oh, you picked the right one. Oh, yeah. Don't want to believe what? Who gonna lie about that? Well, take the time. Okay. Well, if you're worried about that word against word, take the time and ask each kid individually. She ended up admitting, but tried to blame me. Yeah. Listen. Just listen. This got created because of you. There's no blame to put over this way. And I wouldn't even want my child to be in that person's classroom no more either. I wouldn't have bothered with it. Because if you admit it, but you're blaming it on me, two wrongs don't make a right. And a lot of times people say 2 wrongs don't make it right, but it make it even. That depends on what you're talking about. Because people can get crazy out here. She got fired because that was plain child mental abuse. Yes. The principal don't want to believe. Who the hell did you hire? Do you know who this daggone fool clown is? Do you really know who this teacher is? What are you talking about? What are me and my son gonna make up something like this? Really? Who got time for that? Come on now. That's some absolute BSS. For real. That there's no way. There is no way that you can tell me that that's okay and that's acceptable. There ain't anytime I don't believe. And believe what? Do you even know what she do? Is this the first time she been in trouble like this, or they just didn't write her up? What's really good? We got too much going on here, y'all. This is where we got to make a difference out here, y'all. This is when we got to make a difference, y'all, and make it clap, because this don't make no sense. This is time for everybody to stand up and start doing something, because there's no way that should have been gotten away with, that all that confusion. What parent and child is going to come and lie about something so hideous and whacked? That don't even make no sense. And then a lot of times I keep trying to tell people, everybody ain't who you think they are, buddy. Everybody ain't who you think they are. It doesn't make any sense for you to sit here and go up here and lie. You just want to just sit here and your son said that the teacher did this and y'all just made that up just to be doing it. Who got time for that? Who does that? This is why I told you, this world that we living in, honey, we got monsters and creatures all the way around. They come in different forms and very deceptive. Sad, but it's true. I'm telling you, this is getting uglier and uglier. I don't know even what to say, y'all, about this anymore. Because this thing is getting very, very dangerous out here, where people don't know how to stay in their own lane and behave themselves. Folks out here to hurt and harm people and do all kinds of dirty, negative stuff. Because that don't even make, that's a sick situation for a parent to sit there and them and their child make up a lie like that on a teacher. I mean, for what? Oh, I can't do it, y'all. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I don't blame you. Yeah. Why? Miss Perfect? Those kind of things are wild already in this. Yep. Nothing yet. And that's why I said, how do you know a criminal is a criminal? How do you know a pervert is a pervert? A thief is a thief. You don't know it until they get caught. You don't know it until they get caught. And that's exactly what it is. Her gig was up. Her egg was fried. You know, and it's a shame that kids do all that stupid stuff too. When you're coming from a home and your parent taught you not to do people like that, and you get in there and then the teacher programs you to act nasty like that, and then they, shunned him. It's horrible. Excuse me, I'm drinking my water. I try to get in my gallon of water a day. Those parents to believe their angel child. Yep, and see, that's how it be. See, and that's the whole thing. You can only dance with the devil for a little while, and after a while, it's gonna go down. It's gonna be a problem. You get what I'm saying? He said, I had another argument with him another time. That's it. That's what it be. See, that's what I keep trying to tell you. Folks don't seem to understand what's really going on here. Because I'm going to tell you something. I've been in the faces of several kids that wasn't their normal, that was the normal way that they react to certain things, but they changed because they've been hanging with little Mikey or little Sarah, or something is happening to them and they're rebelling. So when they do a certain stuff, they always, they got with the wrong crowd. No, you're the wrong crowd. Your child was the one. Not somebody else's kid. Your precious so-and-so did this. You know how this can be. I tell you, this can be real, real tricky, guys. Real tricky. You got to know what products you're putting out there in the streets. Camping with them every year. But he takes them. No. You know what? You messing this up now, sis. Oh, no. No, listen. Now you done struck a nerve. I can't even fix my mouth. Listen here. Woo. We're gonna get this straight, all the way straight right here. Now I'm gonna ask you a question, and I'm so sorry. I can't. You know you got my speech impaired right now. You got me speechless. You got me speechless right now. called in. Okay. We got called in. What's next? My mind is just on warp speed right now. And I said the same. I said this is normal and I won't send my child. Honey, I'm going to ask you a question. Oh my gosh, I can't even talk, girl. You got me straight up silenced. Teachers, okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go with that. Here we go. I can't even, girl, I got so much that I want to say and I can't even get the words out. I can't even, I can't. No. And I said, oh my gosh. Yes. You know what? We're in trouble here, sis. Oh, no, sir. And listen, here we go. I want to ask you this. You know what? I'm trying to get my mind. I'm so tongue-tied right now. I'm trying to get this right. I'm trying to stay in the right lane here. And I'm going to ask you a question. First of all, here we go. I'm going to start with the parents. Who is letting their child go somewhere individually with one teacher? This lady we saw in the news is in jail. Oh. That's exactly where I knew that it was heading. And it didn't even, the sexual preference added, you get what I mean? But at the same time, you know how that goes with the monsters out there like that, the boogeymans. You know what I mean? And let me tell you something. Here we go again. Absolutely. That's why I stand behind the children 100% when it comes to that, because if they're not being truthful, I'm going to get down to the bottom of it. But when you know, you know. When you know, you know. And a lot of times people don't even tell you that's not even the end of the story. Just like this one girl here, no disrespect. She was telling her, because her parents, they were poor. It was the mother, the father. And I don't even know if she had any siblings, because they never mentioned any siblings. But it was a mother, father, and the daughter. They were poor and struggling financially. So the pastor let them live at the church. And honey, let me tell you something. The daughter was 9 years old, and she told her mother that the pastor was doing stuff to her. And both of her parents said, no, the pastor wouldn't do nothing like that. You don't know what you're talking about. And do you know that pastor got that girl pregnant at 9 years old? Look, allegedly. Is that buddy? Wait a second here. Wait a second. 1 second. I'm gonna say this and then I gotta pop back off again. But first of all, what parents allowed that, what principal, that whole system was wrong. Period. Period. Sorry, and I'm just popping in and out. All of them need to go to jail. Principal, parent, everybody that was involved with that. Anybody that was at the campsite and seeing that this man is keep coming here, bringing one child all the time, one boy, you don't know the affiliation, that's looking weird, they all need to go to jail. Because you know how many kids that was victimized by this man over the years? You know, a lot of the time these people got herpes, AIDS, hepatitis. I mean, just to name a few. And I am so sorry that that happened to you. I know you said you had to go, so you may be gone already. But I just read, because I was telling you I had a business meeting call that came in, and I apologize. But I heard what you said that happened to you as a child, and I am so glad that you are okay. I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I know what you mean. You don't live in a pink bubble. That gave you more experience because of what you went through. Gave you that third eye that you needed, and it's just some cruel people out here in the world, and I am so, that hurted me to look at what you're saying and couldn't respond to you, honey, because oh my gosh. Ooh. And then with that person, all of those folks failed the kids. Any kids that came in contact with that person or that type of principal, that school environment was failed. I am so sorry to hear all those kids that got taken over to camp. That's just weird too, for a campsite to not see that that's unusual for that man to keep bringing different boys there over the years too. That's another, something ain't right there. Because when I see stuff like that, I have a third eye. And she says, sorry, got to feed the animals and make supper. It's 6:30 p.m. here. All right, I'm sorry. I hope we catch up with each other again. And I apologize for leaving you hanging like that. But you did hear me say I had to go. And yeah, this always indicates like there's more people, but it seems either they're in the bushes or it's not showing properly. So I get what you mean when you said that as well. And You know, who wants to live in a bubble? That's how you get lost in the sauce. I thank you so much for coming. I hope the chickens are doing well, because I know you said the chickens weren't growing. I don't know if you remember me asking that when we first started the live here, but I thank you, and God bless you, sis. I'm so sorry that happened to you, though, as a child. Ooh. God bless you. See you soon. I'll give you that information too, so you can check. These people be coming to meet y'all. She said, I feel so bad because she came to talk with me, and I got caught up here. It happens. Life. Braided. I hate that happened to her. She was a sweet lady. I'm so sorry, Ann. Hey, Cher, how you doing, beautiful? Thank you so much for coming in. Hello and happy Tuesday to you. I've been enjoying your singing. You got a nice vibe over there on your channel, beautiful. Thank you so much for coming to stop by. I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. I thank you so much. You are such a sweetheart, and I am glad that we met. And I've been knowing you for a while, way before, and way before Sydney. I met you way back. I even looked at some of your videos that I commented on. This has been quite a few months back. So we didn't just meet each other in Sydney's live. I've been knowing you for quite a while because I've seen that I've made comments. You probably don't remember me, and I'm sub to you as well. I met you way back, darling, but I'm glad, that you see me again because I don't know how we fell off. But I tried to stay connected with my precious gems. You guys are amazing. So I try my best. And I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it Cheryl or Sherry? You let me know if I'm saying it right. This is Sherry. You let me know, sis. But thank you so much for coming. Like I said, I met you way back because I done seen you in the live. It's, a few different places. The lives that are, a lot of these guys from communities be having. I popped in. I'm not in the community, but I do pop in and check out some of their lives and things. And I've seen you I'm talking about months back. Months back. So it's good to see you. Happy Tuesday, my dear. Let me know if I'm saying your name right too, sis. Thank you for coming. You are awesome. So good to hear from you. Hey, Bob. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We got a new week. Let's enjoy it. Let's be positive and have fun. Thank you so much. Shout out to you and your awesome channel. Thank you for coming in. God bless you. I am a believer. Yes, sir. I am a believer, and I'm glad you are too. Thanks for coming. see her. Hey, let me see. Here we go. Oh, I got it on. There she go. I'm sorry I missed you, Cher Bear. And I am so glad that the music is comforting. And yes, when you have chemical imbalances like that, it can be tough at some times. But I think with a lot of people, medicine work, and some people medicine don't work, and sometimes medicine can make things worse for certain people. I'm not judging, because I know a lot of people, my medicine, I need it, I have to, good for them. But some people, if you refuse it and you feel that it's not going to be for your good, do what's best for you, your body, your mind, your soul. Give it to God first of all, so you know that's right. Well, she's talking so good about God and stuff. But I just hope you find comfort and you let God guide you through those complicated times that you do have. And I thank you so much for coming in again. I'm just sorry that I miss you, darling. But I hope all is good. I hope your son is feeling better since you had to go pick him up from school. Is he still napping? You know how that go. I'm sorry I missed you, though. You know how that is. You must have just popped in pre-retirement. I am so glad, because I asked you yesterday to let me know how things went with your family, and I'm glad things went. I know you're not here right now, but I'm glad that things went good. Sounds good. I think everybody loves Starbucks, just about everybody, right? She says yes. With my foster mom and sister yesterday, we had coffee at Starbucks. Go girl. Go girl. I'm glad you had a good time with your family. Let me get this in here. Let's see. For today, good for you. The live is open. Okay, where's she? Oh, there she go, Care Bear. There we go. Oh, you probably, I don't know if you heard me talking or not. I'm here, LOL. Okay, I didn't trust any meds anymore. I don't blame you. If you feel that that's not for you, don't do it. You know what I mean? And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just talking from what you're saying, because I feel that a lot of the answers is in God. Also, I can honestly say that I do know hundreds and hundreds of people that the meds work for. So I think it's to each his own, you know what I mean? Because, woo, sometimes folks get on that and those become an addiction, and then side effects are worse than the cure. And he is fine, LOL. Oh, I'm glad he is. She says, I'm here. I know that's right, and I don't blame you, sis, if you feel like that, because I'm telling you, I'm not being rude or nothing, but I done seen that stuff will have you drugged out of your mind, causing other symptoms that you never even had. You know what I mean? Hello, sweetie. How you doing? Leilani, thank you so much for stopping in, darling. Hey, girl. Hey. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. I hope everything is going well with you. I appreciate you coming in, my dear. Just living this thing called life. I hope all is good in your neck of the woods. Hey, Dirk. He says still here. Oh, you hanging in the background. Thank you so much, Dirk. I appreciate it. You know I came over there hanging and driving with you constantly, so you already know how that is. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank everybody for being here. Thank you all. I appreciate the friendships more than words can say. Oh, she says, I'm okay. Good, Leilani. I'm glad you're doing good. Thank you so much. She says, I'm preparing. Sounds good. What you cooking for dinner, Leilani? What are you cooking, my dear? Hello, darling. I hope everything is good with everybody. I mean, life can be, it could be up and down, y'all. Sometimes we feel lost, Sometimes we feel picked on, but I promise you, we all get through it, no matter what that is. Preparing dinner here. Okay, thank you, Leilani. She says spring rolls. That sounds good, light, easy, and healthy. so thing there. Yes, he says some spring rolls. That sounds good and easy to make, honey. Yes, ma'am. You know that's right. We all need a way in and out. Cause honey, I'm gonna tell you, I've been in this kitchen for many years, and any quick way I can get in and out and still have something healthy. Cause I did something that everybody's been liking, that steamed cabbage. It's more like a vegetarian type meal. But honey, let me tell you, good and healthy, and I didn't even make any meat. Even though I do eat meat, I'm just saying, I'm trying a little something, something. She says, I brought the wraps. Yep, the Neverlands. It's hard to find here. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Leilani. But that sounds good, and it sounds, easy to make and very healthy. All right, somebody's finna get fed well. I know that's right. I am a vegetarian. Oh, good, good. Maybe you need to check out my look. No, so I'm not bragging, but I made something with. Did you check that out? I made something with. Got the paperwork when you get ready. I made something with just cabbage and vegetables. Cabbage and vegetables, Leilani, and it's pretty healthy, and I think everybody likes it. But I do eat meat, so. But I'm glad if you're a vegetarian. I got a few people that became a vegetarian and vegan and a lot of stuff, and some folks have been advised that they had to go back on getting, eating meats for whatever that may be. But that's good to be a vegetarian. That's pretty clean. But I'm a meat girl. I have to be honest. I love my meat. I love my meat. Listen, oh, you did. Yes, you did. You seen the cabbage. Yes, you did. Because I just seen you a couple of days ago responding to that. Because I do a little bit of cooking over here, a little bit Care Bear, and some little hauls, nothing big, you know what I mean? Because I don't have an actual channel like the rest of these ladies. I just got a hangout spot. So you know how that is. Yes, Care Bear, but I was listening to you. Care Bear, why do I keep, you see, I can't get you. And I know you might be used to some clowns like me keep calling you Care Bear when it's Share Bear. Listen. Excuse me. I be messing this up, boy. I've been butchering names left and right now, though, for some years now. I don't know what happened. She says I've been too many things about. Yeah, they all, you know what? They done changed everything, honey. We got some kind of name or something for everything out here. I'm telling you, they got, even with this C19, it's like 50 million different names. Y'all know what I'm talking about. This is so much stuff going on, even for our gender as human beings. We got all kinds of stuff, you know what I mean? All kinds of, I don't even know what to call assist. I don't know. Life is changing and moving very fast. Okay, my name is Cheryl. Oh, that's pretty. I like that, Cheryl. She said that name is my nickname for me. Oh, that's cute though. That's perfect way to break it down, girl. I like it. And I keep saying, because if you're not used to, well, I got somebody named Sherry on here though. And then I got somebody named Cher on here. So with that being said, but where am I getting Care Bear from though? I think that bear in there is making me put the care on the end of it. Don't ask me why. But I mean well, sweetie. I don't know why I am saying that though, and I think it's just got to be because of the bear part. Yes. Oh, you know her too. Yes. She was just here earlier, and she chilled for a little while, but me and her missed each other. But she came, and she was here yesterday, as a matter of fact, too. I don't think Miss Sydney is doing anything today. I haven't seen any lives posted because I've been trying to check on her, but I haven't seen anything posted, so I don't know if she's taking a day off or doing something maybe later. She says, yep. A lot of people do. So pretty much anything. Me too. I tell you, I got family, and I can give them like 50 million different names. I'm the type too, because on here they call me Rruk. I mean, and I promise you, it never bothers me. I'm just glad that they called me. You know what I mean? And I never minded. I don't care what they call me. I've been called so many. You know what I mean? And it's all absolutely acceptable, and I appreciate it. She said, "I'm listening here." Thank you, Leilani. I appreciate it. Cooking up them good spring rolls, and I am glad that you both are here. Thank you, wonderful people, for stopping in. I tell you, life is life, and y'all, and if you get caught slipping, honey, we know about it. I'm telling you, there's just so much going on here with life. That's why you got to get yourself together and stay together. Because if you go around here and try to do a lot of this stuff without God, you definitely won't succeed. And as long as you keep God first place, no matter what's going on in the world, I don't care what it is. Yeah, I seen you over there yesterday, Leilani. I don't think she's doing anything today. But yeah, if you don't keep yourself rooted with God and have it together, I promise you, you're not going to make it anyway. As long as you stick by God, no matter what comes your way, I don't care what it is. And I know we got a lot of things that are good and bad that we have to deal with in this world. But as long as you keep God first place, you okay? Just a few things to add. No, and that's the problem. We all try to, and that's the reason why we fail. We're not listening. And that's the whole thing, because people are not paying attention to that this is not the promised land, honey. She says, I'm 24 hours in. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I've been with her for a long time now. Me and her, really pretty cool here. And I'm full with her, as a matter of fact, to be honest with you, because I've been doing it for months now. Yeah, I just feel like if we know what this world is about and we stay rooted with God, we can do all things. But when we try to do it without Him, that's when we fail. And there's nothing that we can be exempt from. Whatever's in this life is meant to happen, so we got to go through whatever it is. And I'm going to tell you, and I don't mean to sound like I got all the answers or that I don't care, but we got to process death, loss, hardship, struggles, divorce, marriage, buying a house, losing a house. I mean, we got a million different type of situations that have to go down, so we got to be prepared. Share Bear, I have had to take a call here, but I take some days off as well. But a lot of times I am on here and I'll run it for long hours. That's because I got so many different friends in different time zones. And actually, there's some people I know right now. Today is Wednesday for them, even though it's Tuesday for some of us. So everybody's in different time zones. So I do it just about every day. But I do take most of the times I take the weekend off. But I may pop up here and there on the weekend. You know what I mean? It depends on who I was talking to last, and if they want to hook up again, and I'll come back on. That's pretty much how I do it. But I am here, my dear. I am here. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I come on here really Care Bear to hang out and meet friends and stuff. You know what I mean? Because this is not a channel; it's just a hangout spot. To friends to get together and talk and really bond with each other. Not just, it's nothing wrong with people that want to get on here and make money and then watch hours. I'm here to back up anybody that wants me to help them get their money. You know what I mean? I don't mind that at all. If they need help with their watch hours, subscribers, finances, I'm down with that, but I'm not here really solely for that. I'm really here for the real dedicated friendships that you feel comfortable enough to talk to people that we are actual strangers, but yet we're brothers and sisters, from, the world, if we all believe in God. But at the same time, I feel that friendships are priceless. So if I was doing this business wise, I wouldn't be putting a price like that in that kind of way. I still would want to build this hangout spot that I have here with real friends still, regardless. You know what I mean? If I was doing it to get watch hours or business wise, I would still want to do it on the contingents of real friendships, because I know a lot of times people don't pay attention to, back when we had MySpace and Facebook, that those were built really on real friendships and there was no money to gain. You know what I mean? And that's really how I'm on here, for the friendships. If it becomes something lucrative, hey, but I still, God butters my bread daily. So I've been truly blessed. You know what I mean? I'm neither here nor there. I'm just happy to meet all my brothers and sisters. Look, sisters from another misters and brothers from another mothers. Amen, Lord. Thank you for connecting me with the rest of my family around the world. Amen. I can't really elaborate on that, but I don't mind you asking. And I'm not on camera because of safety reasons. So if I got too much into any of that, I don't know who's my subscribers and who's the people that I got, a lot of court proceedings in place, if that makes sense. I don't want to seem shady or too vague or weird, but I'm keeping it real with you. What I do is it has a lot to do with loving and caring for other people in a whole lot of ways. I can tell you a lot of stuff that I do, which a lot of stuff, like I do a lot of donations for like Red Cross, Open Pantry. I help the homeless people out. That is something that I do on my own personally. And I've been with organizations to help out in that way, but I spend my own coin on, giving care packages to neighbors and people that's struggling out here in the world. But what I do, far as, what you went to college for and that type of thing like that is a good professional thing there. But at the same time, I can't, because see, I'm trying to stay safe is what it is. And I know that we're just meeting, so I'm trying to elaborate with you as much as possible so that you can feel a little bit more comfortable hanging out with me. It's just that I'm going through some real serious legal stuff, that a type of legal stuff that when you have to sell houses, move, change names. Oh boy, I'm sorry. I know I'm going too far in it, but one of those. So I can't be on camera. And if you ever check into anything, you can see that I'm not on camera, and that's not a choice. It's just for safety reasons. And I promise you, I got a lot of proceedings going on, paperwork, you know what I mean, and third party people. And I promise you, I'm not a victim, I'm a victor, and I didn't do anything wrong. And one of the issues that occurred with me is pertained to one of my jobs, and the other is something that happened to me personally. And it's been hard, but God has been amazing. But it's been hard, like having to keep moving and changing up your vehicle and not know who you can talk to, who you think is family and friends and who's not. Bop, bop, bop. A nightmare. So it's a mixed bag of tricks, but you know what? The Lord is providing for me. The Lord is willing and able. My gosh, it's been a mess though, sis. And I be wanting to share a lot of this stuff, more of it, because I need that hug from the world. You know what I mean? God has a way of hugging the world, but I mean us physical people too. I be wanting to share a lot of this stuff because I'm sure that I can help somebody out, and somebody, there's going to be millions of people in my same predicament. You know what I mean? I mean, it could be a situation where you were a witness to something, and now that the people know, once you went to the first hearing, seen you, you know what I mean? And now you got some problems with, you know what I mean? It's a mess. And I give you another example. I have a friend of mine and her son, she says, I understand. Okay, yes, Bill and Coder. Yeah, I know about that. We got somebody here to do that too. Yes, ma'am. She says, I get you. I am too, and please pray that this all, oh my gosh, I need to pray because I'm tired of it. Because every time you get one situation started up, then you get another third party joining in, and that person that you got, you know, paperwork, you know, against or people, then somebody else joins in to help and pick up from them, and it's like you can't get a breather because you don't even know who to trust, even some family that, you know, you're trying to elaborate on where you're living at now. Are you in the States? Because I always say traveler because I do travel. You know, I'm in between, as they call the states, like United States, and then I could be in the island because of, you know, the mix, you know what I mean, and in between. So I try my best to, you know, stay stable here because this is enough stuff. You know, this is bad, especially when you've owned property and you got to let stuff go and go back to renting and getting a car that you're, you know, financing and got to let it go because you got to get something different now to stay under the radar, to stay safe. It's just, I promise you, when you see this stuff happens, it's real people that this stuff happens to out here. You know what I mean? And it's a wreck. It's a wreck. And like I said too, I was saying with a friend of mine, her son just you know, he just became a police officer, and he already had to what happened was he had got called to a situation, you know, where there was a crime being committed, and when he got there, he had to stop a person, you know what I mean, from unliving another person. And when that happens, you have to go to court. So he, you know, he's young, he's in his 20s. So he went to court, you know, and it's not done. There's a hearing going on. You get what I mean? And the person that he's, you know, had to, you know, arrest was on probation. So once this case finalized, this person is going to go to jail for like 10 to 15 years. So with that being said, my friend's son that is a police officer was out. He's a young guy. He was out at a party with some friends. And one of the guy that did the crime, friends recognized him from court and they jumped him, even knowing that he was a police officer, but he was hanging out at a party as a civilian. You get what I'm trying to, so that made him become a target now. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? People don't realize when you are a witness, I'm not saying not to witness and help people out and go to court if you summon, whatever that is. I'm just saying, when you get caught up, you better watch who you're dealing with because these people jump you outside the courthouse. And I'm not talking about necessarily living in no slum or no hood, as they call stuff, or ghettos. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these are some people that are coming from a good community and pretty financially established that got this attack going. You get what I mean? So we got all kinds of people out here to do a lot of wild stuff out here, you know, because you're the witness. And if you are the witness to the situation, then you're going to be the one that what you say is going to be to finalize the deal. And obviously the person that got harmed are going to testify what you did to them. And the police officer have to write up verbatim. You know what I'm trying to explain to you. Verbatim what happened and what did they walk in on. So what did you say you walked in? When I got called, you know, nobody was on the scene, and I noticed the doors open and I heard somebody yelling. So when I went in there, the said suspect was, you know, in the process of unliving someone. And they have to write literally what that person was doing, what type of pow they had in their hand, or what type of, you know, what we spread, you know, on the bread with, you know, I'll just say a butter knife. I don't want to sound too crazy on YT or disrespectful to anybody. So he, you know, he had to write that stuff down, and this was like really one of his real first arrests that he made, being a young new police officer. And now he's trying to go out and have good time in his personal life, but this young guy that was trying to unlive somebody else, friends knew when they came to court and they seen that this was a police officer, and then they realized they seen him at, you know, a party, a club, you know what I mean, they want to attack him. So now he has to watch out, you know, his girlfriend, everybody's all, I'm in something similar, you know what I'm trying to tell you. And I've had people that worked at Walmart, and I remember one day, and no disrespect, there was one day I was in Walmart, and this was years ago, and the person that was in line ahead of me tried to use coupons. Now, first of all, mostly everybody knows that Walmart, it depends on, I guess, what city or state. And like I said, if I'm in what they call United States, America, which is America, or we call it the States, or if I'm in Yard, which could be in the island, because I'm from Nixon, I was raised that way to travel and do anyway. Walmart that I know of, the few times I dealt with, rarely does coupons. You get what I'm saying? And either way, the coupon that the lady had was expired by 2 weeks. And the cashier told her, we do not take coupons here, ma'am. It wasn't nothing nasty. I was standing right there. And I know when people are trying to sidewind you and talk a little slick nasty, I promise you, it wasn't nothing like this. She said, no, ma'am, I'm sorry, but we don't take the coupons really at all. And we definitely wouldn't take this one here. This is for Kroger's, that kind of way. And it's expired, ma'am. I'm sorry about that. So do you want to purchase the item, or would you like me to put it aside? That's all the cashier was saying. The lady went ham on her, threatened and wanted to fight her right then. They had to have the cashier leave off and replace her with another cashier, right? So another cashier took over to ring that woman up, and she could have got put out the store, but she calmed down enough because she wanted to buy what she wanted, even though she wasn't going to get that item. So by the time I checked out, I got outside, and the woman went out there and attacked the cashier because the cashier left off, and I guess she went outside to smoke a cigarette to get her composure together. And that same customer went out there and jumped the cashier. And I mean, pounded her really bad. So now that's a court proceedings. And by me being in line, if they want to call you for one of the people that witnessed what happened, how it started, and you already know what I'm talking about. That's why I told you, people do not understand. It has nothing to do with the money you got or none of that. It's your character, how you get down. It don't got nothing. Oh, they're from a high class and they got. Listen to me. Good and bad falls on the just and the unjust. You get what I'm saying? This guy is a young guy that did good, went to school, graduated, became a police officer, and he got attacked by doing his job on his personal time. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So this has been a nasty, you understand? Nasty situation for them. And my thing here is like with me, I got stuff that's permanent for life. With some folks here, and like I said, with the job, one of the job situation, it's not just me alone, it's the type of work that we do. And a few of us have been in a situation where, especially when you got people don't realize when you do certain type of work, you may have to, the world is very upside down. That's why God is finna come through, honey. It's a wrap now. This is why God is giving us free will. Don't get it right, it's a wrap. And let me tell you, when you go into a household, a lot of times you may have to remove children, infant babies, handicapped people, elderly people from being in an abusive situation. And people don't act well when you come in their house to do things. You get what I'm telling you? Honey, people don't realize folks attack police officer. I've seen people leap and attack a judge in the courthouse. You heard? I've seen people fight the bailiff. You know what I'm trying to explain to you because of the type of work and stuff I've done and things I've been through. And I'm telling you, this ain't no joke. This world is crazy. And I tell you, people don't understand that this is what the thing people are not understanding. This started way back a long time ago, and you know how it was with Adam and Eve and all that kind of stuff. Well, guess what? Nobody is doing what God has told them to do. So it's done now. See, we've had all this time to get this thing together, and God had promised them paradise, and we all were supposed to have paradise, and it did not go that way. So in this world, love and hate will never be friends. No matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. But we got too much going on here, and this is God's world, for him to continue to sit back and allow people to do this type of stuff to each other, the crimes, the hate. He's given us free will, and we've abused it. And I'm not saying like necessarily, because I done made some mistakes and lied and done things myself, but I'm talking about the real stuff that takes people down, that ruins lives. Because even lying is one of the 10 commandments. You get what I'm saying? So we really got to pay attention to how what God has made beautiful for us is being destroyed daily, all day, every day. We're in trouble. We are in big trouble, guys. I'm so sorry, y'all. I did this with y'all paperwork. Hey, Sarah. But yeah, so I just try my best to get myself together. Right? Was that one mine? Okay, I put it up. It's just we gotta do better, guys. I'm telling you, this is not. See, this is why we have the victory when we stand strong with God, because we have the choice. Because see, people don't realize heaven, and I'm going to say this a lot of times. So if you hear me repeat it, this is because this is a lot of my scriptures and things that I study. People don't realize that hell was not created for man. Hell was created for for Satan and demons. But man's actions, meaning man, woman, mankind, will put us there. So by us having free will, the choices that we make is going to determine where we're going to end up in the long run. You know what I mean? And people are not making the right choices. They're running this world like it's man-made. They're not giving God the credit. They're not respecting him. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. Even with us, by us having people that are trillionaires and millionaires in the world and having all these poor countries and people struggling, if these folks would give the care in their heart like God has given to us, mercy and undeserved favor, we wouldn't have this going on. We would not have all of this stuff going on. God is giving you the will. There is enough money in the world to help all of these people that are struggling. That I know this. I know how much can feed a family of 10. You get what I'm trying to say? This can be changed. This can be done. But nobody, you know where we at with this. This is where it's at. You know what I mean? This is where it's at. It's the people not making the right choice, and they're letting Satan use them to go around here and destroy what God has built and tried to make paradise for us. So until the folks straighten out, they're going to decide where they're going to end up at. No one can put you in hell but yourself. No one can put you in hell. And I don't care if we got the traditional system, the judge and the jury. That's not, no, God is over everything in the entire world. And I promise you, a lot of people don't believe it, and it may be true, it may not be true, but I have to say it allegedly. Jeffrey Dahmer got saved before he got executed. I just have to say that, before he died. I'll say it like that. So we got to know what we know, you guys. And I don't know if anybody's still in the live because I'm talking along. So I'm going to go silent for a minute. And if I peek back and we got some chatters, I'll come back because I don't want to talk people to death. But yeah, I'm just saying, for real. If I start getting into this, I'm going to have to get my scriptures going. I ain't playing with it, y'all. And like I said, I am not saved, but I'm working on my salvation, and God has a plan for my life. So I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. And like I said, once in a while, I'll say damn and hell. Sometimes, hey, listen, I'm being honest. Just because I talk about God, I'm not a super Christian. I'm not a phony. I'm not a fake. I am just a person trying to work on my salvation and get to where I need to be. Because I'm not going to, put a truth in front of a lie. You know what I mean? Amen. 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 Hallelujah. Woo, I'm getting turned up now. Here we go. I feel it. Hello, I hope I caught you, my dear, because everybody's doing some of everything. We all trying to support and back one another up. Oh, spirit in the sky, sweetheart, how are you, my dear? How you doing? I am sorry if I missed you. Thank you, my dear. I was at your house. Thank you so much for coming by. Blessings to you, my darling. It's really appreciated. All of you beautiful women. I did this. God is working here, y'all. Oh, hey. Hey, look. Hey, Share Bear. Look, just to get it right. Hello. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, guys. And like I said, anybody got channels, I got you. Believe me, I got you. You ask Miss Sydney Cat. I come for my people, for my strong women in the world. We are here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we missed Spiritually Blue. I'm sorry, because I missed her the other day, too. I hope you're doing well, too, Spiritually Blue, if you're still around. And I just went over to Sydney's and Care Bear, I seen you say, I'm over here, I'm over here. We all hopping around, girl. You know how we do. You know how we do. You guys are totally awesome. How are you, Spiritually Blue? How you doing, my dear? I hope everything is good with you in your neck of the woods. I am truly blessed. Thank you so much for stopping in. So glad that I think I caught you because you're saying hi to Care Bear, so I'm hoping that you can hear me. Let me make sure I'm not on mute. I have so many screens open. Honey, let me tell you, this internet is getting to working, ain't it? And then trying to work too, you know, especially a lot of folks here that work from home and at the office doing this stuff, y'all. It gets busy. This is something else. I can't do nothing but laugh, y'all. She said, I got so many. Tell me about these computers gonna get tapped out or phones or whatever. And now I got the phone going too. So we in. I just can't believe how much stuff that's really, really going on. You know what I mean? And it's nice though because we're enjoying a lot of positive friendships with one another. You know, we're all doing our thing to help each other out. We're sharing love, advice, and loving on one another. You know what I mean? She says, I'm doing good. I am very blessed, my dear. I am very blessed, and I'm glad you are too, because I know the last time I talked to you for quite a while back, you said you were getting everything straightened out here on these YouTube streets, and I know that's right. Because, honey, I'm going to tell you, we few good people got to really stick together, because, honey, the monsters are real, y'all. Monsters are real, y'all. And they come in many shapes and forms and ages. And the few people that are here to live this good life and believe in God and behave in themselves need to stick together. Because I'm telling you, this is getting rough. You gotta watch who you deal with on YT. Unfortunately, folks are in chains out here. Everybody may start off one way with you, and then you start getting close to them, and then they'll flip out on you. See, I don't do that. I treat everybody, they're all the same. I don't care if it's men, women, there may be certain conversations that certain men may not want to have that girls talk about. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I treat everybody the same. And I'm so glad that we're all here and enjoying each other. And I hope that we all continue to keep these right and powerful connections, because I'm telling you, y'all, when you get out here on this YT land, and you get caught out there, man, it could be a nightmare. Even if these are people that you don't even know, like, physically around you, it gets kind of weird and creepy and sad, and unfortunate to see that people can really get this naughty. You know what I mean? Because I promise you, a lot of people are living like there's no God, and a lot of people don't believe in God. So you get those on YouTube the same way you do any social media or even in your personal life. I'm telling you, life is life, and honey, and folks get out here, and I don't know what they're looking to do, but I always try to tell people that you have to be careful of how you present yourself out here, because life is like a boomerang, you know what I mean? It really is. So you got to be careful on how you deal with people, because it can come back. Yes, guys, so I just say, everybody that know who they are, where they want to be, stick with your folks. And I keep telling people, when I do these lives, if I only have one person, I am truly blessed. That'll be enough for me, We gotta watch what we're doing out here. What we do. I tell you, life is too short, and it's not even just about it being too short, but who has time for the mess? You can't get, you block your blessings when you fill your life up with the wrong kind of people too. You know what I mean? It's hard, because a lot of people are, wolves in sheep's clothing. You know what I mean? And that could be anybody. That could be in a marriage. You could be married to a man for 15 years and don't know that he's got 2 kids outside of your marriage at all. Kids that are 4 or 5. I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, you could have a wife and y'all could have 5 kids and 2 of them ain't yours. This is this life. I'm telling you. Sometimes the right hand can't know what the left hand is doing. We really, really, really have to understand we are here for a reason, and it's our choice on how we live and how we behave and how much we allow, negative things to affect us, so that we're not positive in God's eyes. We got to do our part, y'all. This is, Rome wasn't built overnight. We have to watch what we're doing, and we also have to make sure that we present our spiritual life opposed to just our physical, because that's the problem with everybody. Everybody's worried about the physical stuff, but their soul, you know what I mean? Spirit is not really intact, because they're more worried about the outward. And God really, really can do a number on you when it comes to helping you get yourself together spiritually. You know what I mean? That's why, and not to make anybody feel negative or, dysfunctional or anything, but that's the reason why the body can, the body can perish. That's because that's what's meant to happen. That's not what the plan was, but that's what's meant to happen. So, but you remember, if you have your spirit intact, your spirit lives on. You guys know that. And I'm not going to talk you guys to death, because I know you guys are busy, so I'm going to chill out. And anybody pop back in typing, I'll type back in. If not, I'm going to let the music play. Yes, I am. Hello, Sister Mariella. I am so glad you stopped by. This is your first time coming to one of the lives. Thank you, beautiful sister. God bless you. Welcome, welcome, my dear. You are awesome. Thank you for coming. She said, I wanted to say hi. You have a nice evening, night, whatever time zone you're in. Hello, hello. I am so happy. How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. You guys, you know, I told you, you and your bestie there, you guys, you guys remind me of Laverne and Shirley. And sis, I am loving it. I am loving it. I appreciate you stopping in, darling. It's so nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Blessings to you. My goodness. Thank you. One of my girls here. Oh, okay, Share Bear. Thank you so much. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful evening. If it's evening time for you, Share Bear, because I know we all got different time zones. I really enjoyed you, my dear, but I've been in and out with what I'm doing in my personal life. I've been in and out YT supporting. I got Miss Cat running over here, but I'm supporting other folks on my phone. I done got home here, got family. You know how that go. Oh my gosh, and I miss you, Share Bear. I wanted to talk with you a little bit more, but you know we definitely will catch up, and I appreciate you all of you beautiful people, for spending some of your precious time with me. And I know you, Share Bear, you have a family and children and all of that, so for you to spend time and hang out and do what you do, I really appreciate you, and it's a pleasure meeting you, and thank you so much, my darling, for your time. Thank everybody for being so wonderful, so fulfilling in these friendships that all of us need to have this in the world, and it's nice to have a good team of women that can really rock with each other, you know what I mean, and support each other through it all. Thank you. I thank you guys. The pleasure is mine. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry if I miss Miss Care Bear. I apologize, but this is how it be. Sydney do it too. We all go through it. We're working, whether it's job work in the background, if it's cleaning your house, doing laundry, and you know, so on and so forth. And we try to jump in as often as possible to love up on our great people that come in. And anytime I am not here, please guys, don't charge it to my heart, because I don't mean to take anybody for granted or to ignore anybody, but I promise you I have to get it how I live. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of you guys that are not actual channels, but you guys are support systems. A lot of y'all have to get off and go and get kids, get the husband straight, you know, whatever it is. I thank you guys, and I never take you for granted. Blessings to all of you amazing people. In the name of Jesus, I mean that. It has been absolutely amazing. I am still here, and I am going to be able to have a little bit more freer time to hop on here a lot better than what I've been doing the last couple of hours. But I've had sessions going here. See, that's the thing I think a lot of people don't understand, is that too, with people on YT, we're all in different time zones, schedules, all of that throughout the universe. And I know for a fact some of my people in different places, today is actually Wednesday for them. You understand what I mean? So we get it how we live. But I appreciate all of you women for coming through here. Much love to all of you and blessings. And I am so sorry that I missed one of my sis that usually come over to like my halls and things, and I just missed her. Oh man, that is so sweet of her to stop in. Blessings everyone, and like I said, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for coming. Take care, everyone. Bye for now.